Clobberin' time!
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger, ready to move out.
Come get some.
Superman!
It's clobberin' time! Clobberonimo!
Greetings, clobberers, clobberonimos, clobberoids, clobberoosties, clobberians, clobologists, anyone else, everyone who clobbers, and for those who do not yet clobber, don't worry, learn how to bang the rocks together, guys, and you'll clobber. Clobberonimo! Yeah, I love that sound because it means we're in the clubhouse.
Good times.
Yeah, it means we're there or the sound of Star Trek, but both are great. And it is the clubhouse tonight, though, my friends. Welcome to Clobberin' Times issue number. Wow, my computer's being up. Issue number 449 on YouTube, number 1,449 overall. I forgot to put that on this one. No, I'll change it later. Clubby's Clubhouse number 122 with the most extraordinary first officer in the fleet, the beautiful Raquel Briggs, and the great Chief Engineer Mark D with a C. Hello, my friends. And I want to first off thank everyone who was here earlier for my Superman birthday bash. Lots of fun it was. So happy birthday to superhero numero uno, Superman, the man of tomorrow. So thank you all for being here for that. What else? And I will, well, before we get to our usual business, I'll turn my stupid alarm off, which should have been off already. And then I'll ask our first officer to open us up, as she often does, with some words of wording. Good.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Captain. Happy Superman Day, everyone. Hail to the chat. Good evening. So many of you sending out personal messages from conversations that we shared today, things that we talked about during the week, things that we laughed about, including the things that Mark eats, which is always a source for amusement around here.
Clams.
Yeah, and it's really important to take this moment to let everyone know that on March 2nd, it's going to be Gil Bavel's birthday.
Yes.
And so I just wanted to say happy birthday to Gil. Gil was a very sweet and kind person who started following me very quickly as soon as I started podcasting. I met him through CLOBBY, and he just did everything he could to promote my work all the time. He was a good friend behind the scenes, and whenever we were podcasting. We used to hang around a lot back in the global geek gang days. And he was a massive pain in the butt. He was opinionated, hysterical, and generous and kind and thoughtful and loyal. And he was just a pretty exceptional friend to one and all. And we were going to talk about that on Saturday night because it's my understanding that his birthday is March 2nd, but I guess they're having the big party tonight. So I just wanted to let everyone know who is coming in and out of that birthday room to know where our hearts and minds are at tonight as well. And I say that on behalf of everyone here in the chat who knew and loved Gil, and certainly on behalf of Clobby and Mark as well, although I'm sure the fellas and everyone in the chat will have their own words to say. I also want to thank all of the wrenches. Thank you so much for showing up here tonight. It's back business as usual. We are going to be discussing some Blake 7. And of course, Mark is going to take the lead this evening in allowing us to discuss an Outer Limits episode that he had us watch. And
out of order, I just have to add, so I apologize for
you're
that.
out of order. Yeah, it was
doing that. That's how much you like me, I guess, that you would actually watch something out of order. I'm impressed.
Yeah, like there are sometimes when I like you, and there are sometimes when I want to shin kick you, and your non-linearness makes me want to shin kick you. But I do love you. Not only are you talented and kind and thoughtful and just the best. Nah, tonight I'm just going to shin kick you. Okay, so I want to send some extra love out to some pretty amazing people. These folks use their social media to promote my friend Clobby, which is absolutely insane. These people have talents of their own. Some of them are really good at making digital images. Some of them have tons of clout because they're working for some of the biggest YouTubers out there. But you know what? They never forget about us here. They never forget about Clobby. And that's really special to me because they're my friends too. So I just want to thank Lord Thoth and Larry and Chris Persia and Wagner. Thank you for everything that you did this week in promoting the Clubhouse and just promoting Clobby's channels. You guys are great friends, and I love you very much. I also want to give a shout out to my Patreons. These are my patrons, the folks who are backing my new book. Today, I ordered the floor sign for the next convention and for my book launch. And guess who paid for that? My patrons. I could not do this without them. So thank you. Corporations, they're looking for activism and activists. As you all know, I'm not that. I just write good old-fashioned episodic classic science fiction. And these folks, these amazing human beings, don't want to see science fiction die. And so here they are standing behind me like we're in some sort of 19th or 20th century novel as my patrons. And it is a massive honor, and I'm so grateful to them. So I just want to thank Larry, Tony Stark, two incredibly generous supporters. I want to thank Sean Carter from Mars, Penny Lane, Shuta, Gwagnar, Dave, Chris Persia. I love you, Chris. Scuba and Leslie Pete, Eric Kane, his trusty dusty dog Kirby. God, I love that dog. Enigmatic Drop Bear, the erudite bear. Michael and Cassandra Beacom, my steadfast friends. Mark D with a C and his marvelous family. Anti-derivative Jilly Jill. She was in a terrible car accident. And I just want to say how happy I am that she's okay.
Oh, no, really?
Maximum Redstone, JT Kirk, Dadman and the Dadman clan, Lord and Lady Thoth, and of course, don't forget about Lance, because when we say Lance's name, we know that we're thinking about all of the pepperonis that are listening in tonight. So can you chuck some cheese in the chat for all those pepperonis? We have a lot. We're dog lovers around here. And I also want to thank my buddy Rob Altis, who has been there since the beginning for me. My friend Tyler, Jeff Wyatt, Rod Thunderheart from Alberta, and certainly my buddy and fellow musician Mazaris. Thank you so much. If you like classic episodic science fiction, you can buy my stories on Amazon. They're called Science Fiction Tales by R.M. Briggs. If you don't like Amazon, that's okay. I understand. You can also get my book at Barnes & Noble and a few independent bookstores in the United States and Canada. Thank you so much for your support. And as soon as I hear back from my editor, which I know is going to be soon, I'm going to be releasing Science Fiction Tales Volume 2, and there will be 20 stories floating around in this marvelous digital verse. Thank you, one and all. Tonight, we're going to have so much fun. What do you say, guys? Let's do it!
Yeah, thank you. Number one. So, let's see here. Let us, where some show notes and some shout outs, folks. Where were I? Okay. Again, thank you all who hung out with me for the Superman birthday party earlier. It was a lot of fun, and thanks to Minimus for being there. I'm not gonna thank him that much, but I'll thank him a little bit.
I don't thank him too much.
Not too much of a thank you to him, just a basic sort of acknowledgement that he exists.
He was there.
Maybe he exists. He was sort of there.
He was upside down when he first joined the show.
Kinda. He was. You saw that, huh?
Yeah.
I
thought he could, for a minute. I thought a Minimus could fly.
He was true. That's what he was doing. I want to thank the great Ace Cast Iron for joining me Monday night. What a great time I had reviewing the Death of Superboy saga, and the great Michael French from Retro Blasting hanging out with me last night. That was great fun. Enjoyed being there with him, having him here with me, I should say. And of course, again, it was the Superman birthday today. And well, let's see. Tonight it is the Clubhouse. And before we get the basic show notes, tomorrow night I will be on with the great J-Man on his amazing channel with Sean, and we will be continuing our review of Frank Miller's seminal Daredevil run of the early 80s, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. What a great time we'll have reviewing that classic. And then I'll be with the Nick in the Comic Shop, the Comic Shop boys for Friday night. Comic Shop Talk, we're going to be reviewing Frank Miller, Chris Claremont, Frank Miller, and Douglas Rubenstein's Wolverine miniseries from 1982. And then, of course, Saturday Night Star Trek. That's right. So Saturday Night Star Trek will probably be Saturday night. Usually is. Same Trek time, same Club A channel. 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. 4 more scintillating episodes of Star Trek Voyage. And of course, in your geek or your week with your geek, or in your week and geek, or however you want to do it. Sunday Night Geekery on the great Mark D with a C's channel, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and there may be some eatery involved, but either way, it'll be geekery. So, anything to announce before I get with my shout outs, Mark? You got anything going on?
Well, just so I don't seem too weird, I did have grilled cheeses today. I didn't have any clams, so I did have some grilled cheese sandwiches. So,
any relevant announcements to make?
Yeah. Well, yeah, just we'll be here for Sunday Night Geekery. So
I'm sorry. Okay, well, you walked into that one.
I did walk into that one. Yes, I did.
Well, there you go. Thank you, by the way, and thank you for your help on the Superman thing and stuff. Appreciate those videos.
You're welcome.
Shouting out our shout outs now, folks. We'll shout out our wrenches first, of course, and there's the great Eric K. Whether they're here or not, to get the shout out, of course. Eric K. the Bronze Wrencher, the great Chris Persia, Vindicated Wrench of the Great White North. D-Bard Martin, the Wrench of Iron. Lord Thoth, God of the Wrenches, Avon lives. Long live the Legion, buddy. Well, Wrench Without Fear, the great J-Man, partner in crime on Earth B. Mighty's Daddy. Stephen Cal-El, buddy. Fanty Outside the Rascally Wrencher. Hungry Boy, Master of the Cluboni. Clobbering Time Zone Music, Master Maximum Redstone. And our Triple Bullwinkle, Larry. And now let's see who is here in the chat to get shouted out here in the clubhouse, and then we'll get down to beeswax. It's all about good, clean fun in this clubhouse. So we're in no hurry to do anything around here. We just have a little fun on a Thursday night. So, FKH, good to see you there, Tim. Thank you for being here. Penny's here. Hey, Penny, how you doing, dear? The Ginger Menace, beautiful lady. It's always great to have you here with us. So good to see you. Don't think of it as homework. Just think of it as fun. And whether you did it or not, we're just glad to see you. Thank you. Let's see. JT Kurt. Yo, buddy. Ravenscroft. Hello, hello, hello. Let's see. Hang on. Go away. I'm not telling you all to go away. That's just the name of this person. I know who he really is. Yeah, but yeah, what a name. He wants you to say that like people say, dude, I was trying to go away. What's wrong? Dude, what is wrong with that? What is with that name, man? Anyway, you can have any name you want, but who am I to tell you what's up, right? Picasso, you're my kind of guy. Mazarus. What's up, Mazarus? Good to see you, my friend. The great 1701 Tex. Tex, what's up, bro? Yo, bro, good to see you. Muzz Monkey Max MMM. Hey. Adrian James. Hello, my friend. Welcome. Melted Copper. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Sean Carter from Mars. What's up, Doc Fortune? Yeah, what's up, Doc? Philip Story. Hey, welcome. Greetings. Dave C. What's up, brother? Good to see you, Dave. And that's everyone so far. It looks like I do believe we got everybody now on that one. And yes, and a big shout out to the great Canadian Spider-Man on his channel over there. He and he has in his amazing guests, our good buddy Lord Doomcock, and others are over there giving a tribute to our good buddy Cardinal Sin, the great Gil Bavel, whom we miss very much. He's been taken away from us way too soon. And he has a birthday coming up. They're celebrating it a couple of days early. Hello there, Steve Kasaboom. So we just want to say, and we were invited, to go over there, but because we're doing it tonight, it was short notice. We had this show, and I wasn't really able to make it. All the streaming I've been doing today and stuff. I went over there and said hello to them, and of course, so just a shout out to them. I'm glad they're doing this. They're doing it with his brother Ari, and Comic Relief Crusader, and some other friends who are over there. And so, big shout out to our buddy, as Raquel had mentioned, Gil Bavel, aka Cardinal Sin, here on YouTube, our dear friend that we all loved very much. We miss you, buddy. We miss you.
Such a great guy. Yep.
Great guy. Like Raquel said, pain in the ass, which I always used to tell him he was, and he'd laugh. He was just such a cool dude. He was easygoing and just as nice as you could be. And I was always so flattered when I was able to go on with him, and sad when I wasn't able to, because he open invite to go hang out with him. And I've had him on here. Mark's had him on his show. And of course, we've gone over there, like I say, on his channel a few times. And it was such a sudden shock. How long ago has that been now? Oh, man, I don't even
6 months maybe? Or
it seems like longer than that for some reason. But I can still see it. I remember that night we were actually on the air. We were doing the Clubhouse.
Yeah.
Actually, we were doing the Clubhouse. It was at the beginning, I think, when we got the news, and we just decided we didn't even want to. I mean, we just hung around a little bit more, but we couldn't even really, other than just hanging around talking about them, we couldn't do the show. It was just devastating. And because it was sudden, yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say other than we remembered him.
What a shock.
We remember him very much. It was a big shock. I guess this is like in September maybe now or something. I can't remember exactly. I'm sorry. But we miss him. And it always kind of feels like forever, because it just one day they're gone. And that could be that. And we all know that can happen to any of us at any time. That's the way life is, unfortunately. But that doesn't help much. It doesn't.
Yeah, thank God
that
Jill's
doesn't
okay.
help.
Yeah.
What happened? What happened to Jill? I didn't hear about that.
Well, it was on Twitter. Sorry that we didn't tell you about it, but she'd posted a picture of her car, the front end. She's, I guess not to make light of it, but I was gonna make a Star Trek quip to her when she's feeling better. That I see your shields weren't down, and you need to fix your ablative plating on your
Did she,
NX-01. But it's like apparently someone fell asleep driving and hit her front end collision, but she was thankfully said just a scratch and she was okay. But
was not
she
injured.
posted
Okay,
it,
well that's
but,
good. I didn't see
yeah,
that on
but
Twitter. We're glad.
I mean, it could have been, you know, someone that we knew growing up. I'd mentioned he was in a wrong crash,
Yeah.
and unfortunately, it was someone that, you know, my kids knew growing up, and we hadn't
Right.
seen them in a while. But yeah, it was a wrong way crash and was killed over the weekend. You never, you know, young kid, and unfortunately,
Yeah.
people were killed in the crash, and
Wow.
so yeah, you never know.
Horrible.
Yeah, horrible. Yeah, you never know. Yep. In an
Totaled her vehicle. Oh, wow. I'm glad she's all right, man. Well, Jilly out there, you know, she's probably not hearing us right now, but she might be over there with Canadian. I don't know. But love you, Jill, and I'm glad you're okay. Man, that's scary. Scary stuff. So, and again, we will we'll never forget Gil. And he made a very big impression on a whole lot of us. So he was one of us. One of us is what he was and always will be. So when number one gets back, we'll get started. In the meantime, what we're doing tonight, folks, is we're going to do our usual. We're going to have a Blake 7 episode review. It will be season 3, episode 3, Weapon. And then we will have we don't have a comic to review yet. But we will have we'll review at Mark's request an episode of the Outer Limits. Now, a cooler
New Outer Limits.
A cooler person would have picked Real Outer Limits, of course, but I let him pick. He's part of the
We might do
Clubhouse.
Outer Limits in order someday, right? So
no, we won't. We won't. You're not helping.
I'm not helping.
If we're ever going to help number one to get her over this linear stuff. What are you, number one? A wormhole alien or something with your linear? She doesn't know. Actually, it'd be the reverse, wouldn't she?
No, reverse, because she'd
be the reverse. They don't know linear. We're wormhole aliens, and she's the normal one. I think she'll be back in a second, though. But yeah. So no, we've got to, if we're going to help her. But that wasn't easy for her. Sean Carter, thank you so much. You're too kind. Thank you for that super chat, buddy. You're very kind of you. He says, hello all. Doing a shameless plug for a new channel that I made. Okay. Well, you don't have to pay. It don't cost you a dime. You just ask us and we'll put the link. You did not have to do that. I thank you. But shame on you because, buddy, and I appreciate the gift, but we will plug your channel anytime. So he says, I made a channel I made called Sean's Showcase Cinema. Get the link for us if you would. Talking about movies. Talking about movies I like, good or bad. So far, I've reviewed The Final Countdown and The Black Hole. Gotcha. Hey, Princess Fiona. What's up? Good to see you, dear. And text says those are 2 great films. There you go. So, but Sean, I appreciate that gift. You're too kind. But don't you be silly. We will promote that for you. If you could get me the link somehow, maybe if you want to send it to me in an email or just tell us how to search for it. We can. It's on YouTube channel, so give us the name and we'll search it and find it, and we will post the link regularly. My friend, don't worry about that. And again, thank you so much. Fiona says the new Outer Limits was quite cool. It has that made in Canada sheen of the 90s when they made a lot of great stuff. I was just giving Mark a hard time because
I knew I liked Fiona.
I've watched a few of them and they're fine, but just the original is such a great show. When you talk Outer Limits, it almost seems like heresy to start anywhere but the original series. I'm sorry. I mean, it's so great. I have nothing against this show, and we'll talk about that episode. So I'll save that for when we get into the episode. But still, I mean, the original series. I don't know if you've ever watched it, but I mean, it's almost on a level with Twilight Zone and Brilliance. In fact, some of it is, I think. If you know what I'm saying, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's. I mean, the original. I've seen all the originals too, but there was something that caught me about that 1995 series. I really, really love. So
we'll allow it.
There's some good stuff in there. It's not like this modern-y, Disney TV shows we have to we have to suffer. I mean, there are definitely some clunkers of that series, but it made it to 152 episodes. So
Well, you're not, as long as you don't try to talk me into watching Stargirl anymore.
Of course, it did have Alyssa Milano in it, so in some of those episodes, but
What?
in the
Yeah.
Outer Limits episodes,
Man,
but,
it's fine. Let me ask
where she was wackadoodle, went wackadoodle in politics. Yeah,
see if we can find that. Give us the name of the channel. Yeah, Demon with the Glass Hand was great.
yeah.
The
Robert
sixth,
Culp.
the Sixth Finger, Architects of Fear, the Inheritors, the Galaxy Being, the Zanti Misfits. Oh God, great stuff. Nothing could top the original Outer Limits. Hail to one and all. Hello there, could not be reached for the comment. Agreed. So here we go. So okay, here's the link. Max Redstone puts the link in the chat, folks. Please go to Sean's channel and subscribe to it if you would. I appreciate that. Thank you. And when number one gets back, we will start our review. So you just take care of something. Tetrarch, what's up, dude? The Tetrarch of Apathy. So, well, while we're waiting on her, I mean, let's
yeah.
Let's see. What should we talk about? We should talk about Max Redstone gave his channel a new name. Sean's Shameful Showcase of Cinema. There you go. Is that what you're going to change the name of it to?
That's a gooder.
That's a gooder. Yeah.
Yep.
Sean, there you go. You can, I think Max says you could use that one for a small fee.
Small finder's fee, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Nah, I'm sure he'd let you have it for discount, but a discount fee for sure.
Right.
Yeah. Now, see, I don't know about the shameful part. Sean Showcase has a nice ring to it, but Showcase of Cinema. But shameful, that would be, you would want to reserve that for like if you were talking about crappy movies, you know. If he were intentionally talking, but he's talking about movies that he likes. So, Sean's Sensational Showcase Cinema. The OG was indeed a masterclass of effective storytelling, carrying on the traditions of Tales of Tomorrow and that Twilight thing with the Zone, says Fiona. Ah, indeedishness. Indeedishness. Oh, number one's okay. She's never been ready this long. The joke is that Sean said this is a shameless plug. Oh, okay. I missed it. Sorry. We're not all Mr. Sherlock Holmes like you are, Mr. Maxie Sherlock Smarty Pants. I mean, I guess I just forgot the shameless plug part, so I'm glad you filled me in. Still, I'm not sure it applies. It's a good joke, though. And, of course, speaking of birthdays now, the great Michael Binkham, happy birthday to you, buddy. I hope the birthday is going well, sir. Everyone, please give a big HB in there, a big shout-out, happy birthday to our good friend Michael Binkham. And let's see, what should we play for Michael? We should play something for Michael Binkham.
So he must be pretty young then, because he only has a birthday every 4 years. I know that's a bad joke, but
no, it's true. He only ages the same. He ages that same way. What do you think Michael Binkham would like for us to play for him? Let's see. Here we go.
Gordon's alive.
Don't worry, we're not done.
Superman.
Let's see.
Inconceivable. 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 You keep using the word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Scotty.
As good as your word.
Aye, sir. The more they overthink the plumbing, the easier it is to stop up the drain.
It is green. No bloody A, B, C, or D.
I have had enough of you!
And they probably redesigned the whole sick bay, too. I know engineers, they love to change things.
Everything that guy just said is bullshit. Thank you.
Your agonizer, please.
Get those nerds! 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 What?
There's only one thing I want to say to you.
You're a dumbass. Captain, I see no reason to stand here and be insulted.
Well, a double dumbass on you.
It's because you're a dumbass. You're a dumbass.
Well, a double dumbass on you.
Yay! All for the great Michael Beacom. Yeah. He says, oh, yeah. What greetings and thank you. 15 birthdays. Wow. I'm almost getting worried about number one.
Is it legal yet?
Huh?
Is Mr. Beacom legal if he goes to a bar, right?
No drinking for you, young man. In fact, it's almost past your bedtime, Michael Beacom. Man, dude. Yeah. You got it, buddy. How about one more for the great Michael Beacom? Let's see. I think he would like another one. He would like, I know he likes this. I don't know if he likes this one or not, but we'll give it to him anyway.
Cass, Super Cass.
I love it, though.
So awesome.
Oh, shit. Now, this one actually, this is what Michael Beacom would say if he met this chick right here, because, you know, it's his birthday after all.
Give me some sugar, baby.
I hope you got a lot of sugar. I mean, no gifts or action figures or sci-fi stuff tonight. Right?
Yeah, buddy.
Yep.
Oh, should we try to find number one? I'm worried about her. She's gonna be this long. Maybe she have an internet problem.
Well, maybe it was just because we went out of order that she's.
Yeah, we may have caused her to short circuit. Yep.
Does not
cause her severe distress for
not compute. Yep.
Yeah, for not being.
Well, we can ban for a few minutes. That's all.
Oh no, we're fine. I mean, if anytime she has to break, but
no,
I hope everything's okay.
Yeah, I'm sure she's okay. Hopefully, I'm just.
This has never happened before, so.
Yeah, it's been. I'm sure she'll be right on back. Hopefully, yep, in a couple of minutes.
Maybe, yeah.
Yep.
Club, check on Raquel. She might have toasted that potato chip, crusted chicken and fell ill. Oh, we'll see. What is it called? Tasted potato chip crusted chicken. Never heard of it. What is that?
What kind of stuff is it? It's maybe potato chip crusted chicken. Yep. Maybe she's got those Canadian chips with the ketchup in them, right?
Maybe.
Yep.
Weird. Oh.
Weird.
Weird.
So has anyone in the chat seen Dune 2? I wonder. Not
Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, I wonder if anyone's seen that.
Yeah.
We'll eventually talk about Dune. I think
that's it hasn't really officially opened yet, but it's a lot of people have seen it because they've had some some fan events or something. Princess Fiona's seen it. I knew that much. She's posted about it.
Okay.
She said it sucks.
She says boo? It was no good.
And my buddies, a lot of people are loving it, but my buddy J-Man and Sean, they didn't like it. And I'm guided by their opinion, except when it comes to that's only because I didn't type it in text. I was just saying it, so of course, but you'd have beat me to it if we'd been sitting there. But
everyone's saying it's the next great masterpiece.
No, I mean, even Gary was critical of it, but he liked it. A lot of people are liking it, but reservedly so. There you are.
Hi,
okay?
Sorry everyone. Guess who came here? My offspring. And I always put my offspring first. Sorry everyone. I was pulled away for a second, but
we're not number one.
We're not number one. I can't. Oh, can we be number 4 at least? Yeah. Well, we want to talk to her. Now we're disappointed you got to talk to her. We didn't. So damn.
She's leaving.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
I'm worried about you. We're worried that.
Go talk to her. We'll wait. You can come back.
Yeah. No. It's okay. She just needed me for a few minutes, but I just
cool.
When a living mermaid enters the room and says, "Mom, I need you," you get to where you got to get.
Yes,
well, we were mainly worried because we thought maybe going out of order and out of limits would.
We thought we'd broke you.
We broke it. Yeah.
I'd be like Clubby, right? Does not compute.
Like
Cannot compute.
You and your linear, we thought, oh, maybe we're like wormhole aliens, and you're,
No, I love you guys. I love you guys. I love you guys.
Fiona said it sucks though, and J-Man and Sean didn't like it, but most people that I'm seeing are liking it. Are liking it. So
I suppose we're talking about Dune.
They're talking.
Oh yeah, we're trying to talk about something while you were away. So
it's because you guys are the best. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
No problem at all.
Good.
Oh, ridiculous.
And no one in the chat minds either. They all stayed too. Even though you're not here and you're the draw for the show.
Well, yeah, everyone's only here for you. We know that, but they knew you were coming back.
Get out of here.
Of course.
Okay. We will.
No, don't get out of here. Hey,
You're the boss.
Your text. Oh my gosh, I missed saying hello to everyone. Hey, everyone.
Text. Oh yeah, you missed to say hello. So say hello.
So, what's the consensus in this room? Have people watched Dune? What did they think? Oh, anime night one.
Anime night. Hey there.
Ooh.
Good to see you. 1992. Yeah. Let's see. It's by the way, it's Michael Beacon's birthday. We must say we gave him a big birthday bash just now.
It is.
And greetings, everyone. Figure out, stop by and say hello. During my 32nd birthday stream and show my support to this amazing community. Well, support right back at you. If today's your birthday, because I had a birthday party earlier for Superman, and now we have our buddy Michael Beacon with a birthday. So happy birthday to you, Anime Night.
So Anime Night, how old are you actually? Like, what are you, like 2 years old, 3 years old? How old are you?
We already pulled that on Michael Beacon he said he's 15, by the way.
It's good stuff. It's good stuff.
So let's give him some present videos like we did Michael video. Michael Beacon. So the only thing Anime, I wish I had something I could tangibly give you, but we have just the next best thing in some crazy videos. We hope you will enjoy them. Here we go. Let's see.
Gordon's alive.
Would you like some toast?
Mm-mm.
Some nice hot crisp brown buttered toast.
Inconceivable. 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 You keep using the word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Crazy.
Draw that man in a chicken suit.
It's the Chicken Man!
Oops. Sorry.
Double dumbass on you!
Is because you're a dumbass. You're a dumbass.
Double dumbass on you! There's only one thing I want to say to you.
You're a dumbass.
Let's see.
Scotty.
As good as your word.
Aye, sir. The more they overthink the plumbing, the easier it is to stop up the drain.
I have had enough of you! Get those nerds! Nerds! What?
All righty. So that's enough of that nonsense. All right.
So Fiona has said
no, we don't remember 33 at text. 32, I mean. Can't remember 32. It's so long ago. Say
Who's
again?
Nighthawk 9? Good evening, Nighthawk
Hey,
9.
Nighthawk 9. Hello there.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Nice to meet you. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you're having a great time. It's nice to see that. Whoa!
Yeah, a lot of people like the weirdo David Lynch version better. And they don't. I mean, I haven't watched the new Dune yet. By the way, but Daniel Link, hey there.
Hey, Daniel.
I just want to say I was innocent in all this Dune stuff for the past 2 years. People have been Dune. I mean, the movie, right? That last movie.
Right.
I have zero against it. I never read the books, but I've just never got around to watching it. And I saw the David Lynch movie in 1984 one time, never cared, but I get nothing against it. I have every respect for it, right? And all of a sudden, a good friend of my son and myself that we used to work with somehow got this thing up his arse that he wants to go see the second movie because he saw the first one and liked it. I mean, my son saw the first one and liked it. And all of a sudden, next thing I know, I'm committed to go seeing the second one. And I haven't even seen the first one yet when it comes out.
Yeah.
So I'm like, does that mean I have to watch the first? I guess it does, doesn't it? So now all of a sudden, I'm going to have to watch the first one and go see the second one.
Ooh.
And I'm like, why? Why did I get dragged into this?
Well, I can tell
I
you
think for your
this.
offspring.
Oh my goodness. Good evening, Philip Story.
Yes.
And I am
Philip
so
Story, what's up, buddy?
I am so glad. That's terrific. Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, I can tell you this, Clobby. The first movie I saw in IMAX, I'm not a Dune fan. I'm just not. I like the book Dune, not the abridged version, but the actual like nearly 1,000 page version, depending upon the font size. But it's quite a tome. It's a thick book. And has a cult following. It's a very well written book, and I enjoyed it. But I enjoyed it so much that I did not need a television show or any of the sequels. And I've heard from
Right.
friends that the sequels go off the rails and they could be quite strange. And I think they're strange in part because they were written by his son. So when I went to the first film, I saw it at an IMAX. And when asked about it back then, people weren't really interested in it. I just said that it's a visual representation of some of the paraphernalia in the book. So there's a delight that comes from seeing things that were written on your mind's eye, brought to fruition in an accurate way. And so that's a surreal experience, especially for the generation that grew up reading this book, right? Not seeing a Lynch film or watching it on a television show. So that's what to expect from the first one. From the second one, I'm going to go see it, but I am quite critical at this point, because back when the first one came out and I said to everyone, it's not Dune, it's a visual representation of the paraphernalia of the book. Now I've heard and I've read some articles saying that Denis is telling people that basically he doesn't like dialogue. And if you don't like dialogue, I mean,
ridiculous.
You pretty much don't like Dune. I mean, have you read the book, dude? So that's a little worrying.
Are you saying it's wordy?
It's stuff and wordy and stuff.
Well, it reminds me of one of my good friends were watching The Graduate, and she said, "I don't like this movie. It's got too much dialogue." So
Wow.
it's related to.
Hey, we'll say my buddy Joe Dog popped in. Hey, Joe Dog, good to see you. But he said he
Joe
liked
Dog, yep.
Dune 2, but not as much as the first one. And who else popped in? Tex, have a good one, bro.
Good night,
Good night,
Tex.
buddy.
Your text. I haven't watched Dune 1 yet either. I've watched the almost said the Schneider cut.
The Lynch version, yeah. Keela Chow.
The David Lynch version, yeah. And I stole the
Keely.
handouts.
Roll
I
time,
went
buddy.
to the movie theater. And I've never read the Dune book, so my daughter just read them and loved them. I should really read, try to find time to read those. But yeah, it's I do like the fact that sci-fi seems to be back, though, and I don't know how science fiction or some people, but it would be great if we got some epic, 2001: A Space Odyssey,
Preach, Mark,
type
preach.
movies. I'd love to see that again, but I love the pew pew shoot 'em ups. Don't get me wrong, but see sci-fi with some real meaning and depth to it. Don't get mad at me, Star Wars fans. I love Star Wars. I'd like to see a broad mix, not just the aliens, type movies. And with these new, and we've got some new young stars in the movie too. So Zendaya and Timothy Chalamet, and there's actually some, it's not. I was reading an article. I said, well, it's not Tom Cruise, Clobberin Tom's favorite at age 60 or whatever, or Tom Hanks. The old guard is maybe finally giving away to the new guard. So, which is tough if you like some of those actors, except for Tom Cruise, I guess. But yeah, you get a cycle. But for the long time, it's been, you haven't had a lot of new stars. So. Unfortunately, Sydney Sweeney was trapped in Madam Web. Morons didn't put her into the costume and have a whole movie about her. I don't know why, or maybe you know why, but yeah, hopefully this Dune 2 will breathe new life into sci-fi and some epic, because you want to go to the movie theaters and hail to Dad Man. You want an epic
Dad Man
scene, right? You want something to drag you out of your living room that already has probably a pretty decent, TV and setup, and you want to have that good popcorn with your M&M's in it, and
That's right.
but you need something to draw you out. So I hope theaters, come
Yeah,
back.
I
But
was just
give us some good
gonna
stuff.
say, Clobby, oh my gosh, the comments and the commentary in the chat is outstanding this evening. Good evening, Fee.
Fiona, not from Dummy Villeneuve. Not smart enough. Well, if he said, yeah, because he's not smart to understand the books, and if he doesn't like dialogue, he's not much of a storyteller, is he?
Yeah,
He just
exactly.
likes
And look at
film
this.
moods. Yeah.
Look at this thing that Michael Beacom said right afterwards. This is an
Exactly.
amazing comment,
By the
right?
time Frank Herbert died, I was grateful. Grateful. Hell, I
Yes.
expected to see a cookbook of Dune next.
Yes.
Next, took a great concept and went way beyond its exposition.
I don't want to eat those worms on Arrakis.
Wow.
Well, it's not only that, like there were some people who were objecting to the direction that his son took the storyline, and so there are some bizarre and sort of I don't know, weird.
How many books did the son write?
I don't know. Like Michael Beacom is correct though. It's like everyone fell in love with Dune. It was amazing, and it's like, oh my gosh, we have a modern epic novel. This is going to be sensational. This is so great. We love it so much. And then they tried to turn it into it. Well, they did turn it into an IP, and so you have all of these different people coming at Dune from different directions. You have people who have only read the abridged version and perhaps read it in high school. You have people who read the full book and then stopped. Then you have people who have the entire collection of all of the sequels, and they've watched the television show and they like the Lynch thing, and now they're getting all into this. And so Dune it's been turned into an IP, and I tend to take on that same attitude Michael Beacom has. It's not so wonderful, and Fee feels the same way. For those of us who read the book, it was like, it's good enough. Leave the book alone. It's so good. Why are you trying to create
Well, I hear you. Ravenscroft, no, we're just about to start Blake 7 in just a minute there. So, yeah, well, I hear you. Like I said, I'm only kind of being facetious about that. I don't mind watching the. We're doing the episode Weapon season 2, episode 3.
Yeah.
Adrian James, by the way. But yeah, I was kind of joking. I've never had any interest in watching that movie because the first movie, but I don't mind watching it either. So just kind of kidding around. It's just that it's all this talk over the past couple of years, about the Dune film. Rightly so. A lot of people like it, and I'm not begrudging any of that. It's just not something that ever really interested me that much.
Grab you that,
which means I'll probably like it, but watch it, maybe like it better. Then, if I do end up liking the first one, it'll be easier to go see the second one. At least try and give it a shot. But wow.
Yeah,
I probably never would have watched it if I wasn't getting talked into it. That happens to me sometimes.
And getting popcorn.
There are certain people. No, I'm talking. Yeah, but I got to watch the first one at home with.
Yeah. Well, it started streaming too. Actually, it was.
It
was released streaming and in the theaters at the same time, and they were very unhappy about it. Yep.
Yeah, well, because it is visual spectacle. That's what this is.
I guess I could find it somewhere.
Speaking of popcorn with M&Ms in it and going to the movies, this entire month has been cheat month. So we've been going to the movies every Tuesday night. And on Tuesday night, Andrew took me to the Alan Ritchson film. He has a new film out with the wonderful Hilary Swank, the lovely lady who did $1 Million Baby with Clint Eastwood, the true story.
You're talking.
I know she is.
She really loves doing. Evidently, she really loves doing these true stories because she did the true story of a little girl who needs a liver transplant, and all of the Americans in their town who came together to realize that.
Good night, Penny.
Good night, Penny.
Night, Penny.
Oh, and Penny asked earlier, so I got to do it now. Love you, Penny. Have a great evening. What was I saying? Yeah, so Alan is in it, and
Really?
and you are not going to believe this, but he's actually a decent actor. So I wouldn't say the film is super good. Like I see this as somebody who grew up in the 1970s. I see this more as something that a very high quality movie you would have watched on ABC Night at the Movies or something when we were growing up in the 70s or the early 80s, okay? But it's still quality. It's just an honest, sweet, kind, tear-jerking story. I don't think it's going to be a blockbuster. It's not really something that you look at and you're like,
Yeah,
oh wow.
I never even heard of it. I never heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah, and the Tetrarch of Apathy, so apathetic.
Oh, Ordinary Angels.
Ordinary Angels is what it's called, and
Okay.
it's just a wholesome, normal story. No one is admonishing you for anything. No one is telling you how your partisanship is going to be the end of the galaxy. None of that stuff is happening. It's just the story of this town and how the people who were in it came together to save this little girl's life. And there wasn't a dry eye in the house, and it confirms that Alan is not just a meathead. And I knew it. I told everyone. Didn't I tell everyone, Mark? He's
I
the
don't
new
know. He
Clint
looks too
Eastwood.
good to be smart.
Yes, not a meathead. I said he's the new Clint Eastwood, and he is. Here he is in a Clint Eastwood style movie with Hilary Swank telling a true story, and he shows that he has acting chops. And he's great.
Well, all I want to know is, did he kick any ass? Did he kick anybody's ass in that movie?
No. This isn't an action film. This is showing that he is a serious actor. Now,
I can't watch him not kick
I was
his ass.
upset that he did not take his shirt off.
Well, he can keep his shirt on as long as he kicks somebody's ass.
No, don't say that. You really would enjoy Ordinary Angels. And I think it's very important to tell these types of stories, especially in America today. I'm a Canadian.
That's way too mature for me.
But as you all know, I really love America and Americans.
Thank you.
And I love your beautiful culture. And so this is an opportunity to celebrate what makes your country great, the spirit of your country, your kinsmen, and how you love and care for one another, and how you will love and care for even a stranger, and how there's no limit to your love and compassion and generosity. So I, as a social scientist, I am applauding Ordinary Angels because I think it's high time that America started making those types of films again. The types of films that inspire the world and inspire people as individuals to be a better version of themselves every morning when they get up. And so it's terrific, and you should see it.
It's way too mature for me, though. I'm saying,
get out of town.
I don't watch mature stuff. We know this, but
get out of here. You do so anyway.
Did anybody get superpowers?
No.
Any spaceships?
Listen, Clubby. A little girl,
no guns
in your little town, is dying from liver failure, and you just decide one day to just get up, walk out of your house, and go and help save her life.
Well, is there at least a scene like this in it?
Hey, want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
Guys!
No.
I'm just curious.
Please, God.
I'm sorry.
Please, God.
I had to hear it. I was in the mood to hear that. Oh, God, sorry.
Anyway, Alan Richson.
That's unbelievable, though.
That's quite a weird last name because it's like it's not a common thing where you stop at Rich and then Son. Rich Son is a decent actor, and I think that if you want to vote for the kinds of movies that you want to see at the box office, that you need to grab a bag of popcorn, chuck a bag of M&Ms in it, get a cold beer or a tall lemonade, and go and see Ordinary Angels. It's not the kind of quality we're used to. I mean, look at 1984. Look at the 1980s, the kinds of movies we had. We're really spoiled. Yeah, but as far as this generation is concerned, this is golden. I mean, it's not what I would call a world-class film in my standards from the generation I come from. But oh my gosh, is it ever a hard turn in the opposite direction of what's happening in Hollywood right now? And that's why I think people should be putting their money toward it.
That
Well-
Sydney Sweeney rom-com was doing pretty well too.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Web movie. Yeah.
Yes, yes, Chris Persia. Are you sure? But I can play it again to make sure.
Chris.
Chris is
Raquel's never seen Dumb and Dumber all the way through too, which is inconceivable.
What?
There's a movie that has social meaning and depth and.
Get out of here!
That movie that's a
Your
mature
agonizer,
movie
please.
But I'm just saying. Hey, Ginger Menace, good to see you there, dear. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we love him. We love Gil, and we miss him.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna get on to business here because Ravenscroft is ready for us to review Blake
Yes,
7.
let's do this.
So are we. So it's we read Remarky?
We're doing Blake 7 or Outer
Blake
Limits?
7.
Blake 7.
Well, let me call up the slideshow. Computer.
Hello, computer.
Dun, 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 dun.
You I think if I'm being honest, my favorite scene in this episode of Blake 7 is this.
Hey, want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
Just kidding. Oh, a different episode. I must hit the wrong button. I'm sorry. What? Sorry, guys.
Shin
Total
kicks.
accident.
Shin kick. Will somebody please put a shin kick in the chat? At least rover this guy. Bobby at this point deserves to be rovered.
Yeah, usually it's
my.
me doing all these pranks. Wow, I've been a bad influence.
I'm sorry. Yeah, because I never did that ever before I met you.
You
Ask
didn't.
anyone. Ask anyone as long as they don't know, as long as they didn't know me.
On with the show. This is it.
Boom, boom.
Let's go.
Let's see. Not to say that I hate the film or anything, but if I could perfect a Dumb and Dumber seeking missile. But see, the thing is, Michael, if you did that, I would think it's pretty cool. So I'd be all for. I'd actually be all for you doing that because even though I can live without the movie, I just like that scene. So yeah. I like the movie. I don't watch it all the time, but yeah. Oh, that's okay, Ginger Menace. You're not. There's no homework here. We're not going to fail you. We don't fail you in the class or
Love
anything.
your company, beautiful lady.
Glad you're here.
Yeah.
Okay, so where were we? What are we doing? What are we on to? Let me see.
On with the show. This is it.
Oh, oh, this is it. Here we are. What am I? I mean,
We got a question.
what is the question?
My review bit early due to internet issues.
Yes.
I think that's okay, right?
Bleak.
It's not Saturday Night Star Trek where we get a gazillion. Ravenscroft is asking.
Yeah, go ahead and put it right now. Yeah, that we'll have just then we'll read it after when we get to the review parts. Yeah, go ahead, please. I'm looking for something here. Hang on a second. I knew I forgot to.
Dun 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 dun.
Well, I have a Blake 7 page I usually use, and now
Oh no.
I'll find the bleeder. I can't find the bleeder. Oh, there we go.
Oh no.
Where are you?
Okay, folks. While Clubby digs around for that, let's just introduce this. We are covering Blake 7. This is the same as we do on Saturday Night Star Trek, insofar as we're celebrating it and we're watching it together. So no spoilers for those who are new to it. And certainly many folks are new to this, having been introduced to Blake 7 by Blake 7's #1 fan in the galaxy, Mike Clobby Alonso. Tonight we're covering Weapon. We are in season 2. This is episode 3. And this first aired on January 23rd, 1979. So we're Clobby's going to do a nice little summary for us, so that we can all be on the same page. And if you didn't have a chance to watch the episode, or you didn't go to Mark's fabulous watch party, and then we're going to talk about the episode and give it a rating. And we'd love to hear from you. And Clobby, did I kill enough time?
Yeah. I think
Yay!
I found. I hope. Well, make sure. Let me see. Almost enough, anyway. That should be enough there. There we go. All right. Okay. I think I found what I needed. All right, because I was trying to remind myself of something. Oh, she always gives my secret identity away, Ginger. She's not supposed to say my name, but she forgets. Actually, I never wrote that.
It's not secret. It's everywhere,
It's
including
Clobby.
I think
name
it's
is
in
Clobby.
the information on this show, actually.
It is. Yeah, it is. I'm sorry. It's on my Twitch.
But I do call him Clobby. I do love calling him.
Hey, me and my
monkey.
You might touch my monkey. Me and my monkey. What's up?
Cheeky monkey.
Alrighty then. Okay, so what are we doing? We're starting out? Okay, here we go. All right, folks. Tonight we have Blake 7, Season 2, Episode 3. It's number 16 overall. It is, of course, entitled Weapon. Let's see. It was written by the great Chris Boucher, directed by George Spenton Foster. Boucher, of course, was script editor of the series at this point, so he was really handling most of the things going on at the time. Oh, now I know what I was. No, I remember what I was looking forward to. I'm looking for all kind of stuff, but that was another thing. It was my ratings, my rankings and stuff. I almost forgot about them. All right. And tonight we have. Wow, there we go. All right, so tonight we have Weapon. This was first aired whoa, wow, no. Yeah, okay, yeah, January of 1979. It's the second episode, that's right. Weapon is, of course, it opens up with probably Raquel's favorite thing in the entire series of Blake 7, which is the new Travis. Okay. So we have our new Travis on the
did you
planet.
know that was happening, Raquel, when you watched it, or you probably didn't, right? New Travis.
What do you mean?
When
Clobby first told me about Blake 7 and I was watching it on my own, I committed to Clobby that I wasn't going to do any type of research on Blake 7. I was just going to watch it. And so I walkie-talkied him one night, probably at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, like I usually do, because I'm a gigantic pain in the ass. And I was bitching, whining, and moaning because I found the new Travis to be a wimp. A bit of a puss. Do you know what I mean? Gregnar! Hi!
Greg! By the way, Michael Beacom's heading out, or going to be lurk mode. Thank you, Michael. Again, happy birthday, buddy.
Happy birthday. I'm digging your address out and I'm sending you a card. And I wrote your birthday down in my calendar so I don't forget it. Can you do me a favor, Michael? Can you give Cassandra a wee little kiss on her cheek? And you two have a good cuddle. Good night, my friend.
Yeah, they gave wife and friends and party gave him with a false lure, no less. Gave him a surprise party. Good stuff.
Nice.
Gwag, thank you, buddy. Gwag is a month for 18 months. Thanks, pal. He says Stephen Greif leaving the show was a travesty. Nice.
Golden.
Well
Golden.
done. Did you minute? Mary says, you guys can call me Mary. Exactly.
Yeah.
And anyone else? I use my real name, so I'm used to being Mary. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. So, anyway, yes. Episode opens up with a explosion. Explosion. Yes, on a deserted planet. It's called the deserted planet of the deserted nuclear factories or thing, whatever. Anyway, so there's a ship exploding, and a rather high-strung gentleman by the name of Kozer, not the quarterback, and
Bernie, yep,
and not Bernie, and a lady. Are on the planet. He's apparently they're talking a little bit. He's destroyed the spacecraft himself. It's a pretty bad explosion. But then we automatically cut to the world of the clone masters, people who clone people and stuff. And we see Travis, and we hear this really funky organ music, and all of a sudden, Travis is approached by none other than Raj Blake, title character for the series, all dressed exactly like Blake always dresses in his green Robin Hood outfit. Anyway, they exchange pleasantries and get together and sit down and hold hands and talk about all the time. No, actually, Travis just blasts him, kills him dead right there. He just drops right to the floor. Bloody Blake is dead. He's a dead thing.
He's dead, Jim.
He's dead, Blake. He's deader than a very dead thing that's unbelievably deader than dead. And so Blake is dead, and the series ends, and it's over. There's no more episodes. No.
Dun dun dun.
And then Travis says, "Oh," because he's get it. We used to call him Elvis Travis. He's like, "Oh, I'm gonna kill Blake, Mom. I'm gonna shoot him right in the face with my little ring gun thing."
Won't be your teddy bear.
I won't be. He said, "Oh, you ain't nothing but a Blake dog, crying all the time. Oh, you ain't never caught a no. You ain't never caught a devil, and you ain't no friend of mine." So he said, "You said you was Blake Class. Well, that was just a lot." Stop it! Stop it! I'm sorry. I get carried away. So he blasts. Yes, exactly, Tetrarch. "This parrot is no more. It has ceased to be. It's run down the curtain and joined the bleeding choir invisible. This is an ex-parrot. It's bereft of life. It's rests in peace if you haven't nailed it to the perch and we puts it up to daisies. This is an ex-parrot." In this case, it's an ex-Blake clone, and basically that's what it is, a clone, which we learn that, of course. And out comes I believe Servalan comes out to tell, and is that when they meet the clone masters and all that stuff? But some news comes to Servalan before they're dealing with these clone master ladies, this clone master lady of Kozar's escape, and apparently that's a problem. So they have to go back to the space headquarters. They return to base. Oh, my computer's going wonky. Sorry, everybody. Stop it. So they return to base, and let's see here. We find out that, well, they definitely need this guy. This guy's a problem. He's stolen something, including a really cute slave girly thingy. But we won't go into that. And then we're on the liberator, and all of a sudden we find out that Blake is planning, something he doesn't want everybody to know about it until basically Avon distracts it from Orac, that he's planning an attack on a very, very secure, very dangerous attack on a weapons, what is it, like a weapons facility somewhere. And basically not good. Not something they really want. That oh yes, right. It was a weapons development facility. Gotcha. According, and it turns out that and this is one of the quotes that if you were clipping, I don't know, did you clip anything?
I'm clipping now, but tell me what the quote is, and if I didn't grab it, I shall grab it for you.
Well, because basically they're all surprised about it. They're not happy about it, except of course Callie. She's the one who actually suggested it to Blake. And Avon said, "Why didn't you suggest it to us?" And she goes, "Because I knew how you'd act about it." And Avon's, remember what his response was? "Auron may be different, Callie, but on Earth it is committed ill-mannered to kill your friends while committing suicide." Myself deleting.
Grab that one.
That's a great line.
Brogu from my old hometown. So they're scuffling about Blake just kind of just choosing to do whatever the hell he wants. And
good night, Daniel.
Good night, Daniel.
Good night, Daniel.
Thank you for stopping by.
At a Space Command headquarters, we're finding out that Kozar has stolen something, a very, very let's just say classified piece of equipment, a weapon. Of course, we find out he actually invented. Travis is basically he's kind of trying to get back into favor with Servalan because he's been in a lot of trouble. She's pissed off at him for shooting the Blake clone. She had to deal with the clone masters and placate them because they made another Blake clone, a Blake clone for Servalan's use, not for Travis to get a chance to kill it. And of course, what I love about it is the scene where we find out she knew good and well he was going to kill it. She was manipulating him. She was going to kill the first clone.
Yeah.
And she had the clones make two of them for a reason. She's so evil.
She's almost as good as the Jackal.
Yes. And he knows it, though. True. Travis is nobody's fool. what did you think I was going to do with Blake? You did that she did it on purpose. He wanted to see if he still had anything in him, because what we don't know is, or we never did not see chronicled, is Travis went through a lot. I mean, she put him through a lot of hell and torture and shit to pay, so she could put all the blame on him for the last, failing to keep Orak, basically. So, and that's all unchronicled stuff. That's me filling in fan blanks, folks, because I do that with the show. For some dumb reason. It's like I don't have anything better to do, right? Anyway, so
I do have a couple of clips from that scene that's coming up or right here.
Cool.
So they play that. I flipped them. I split them up because they're too long. But here's the new Travis.
Honesty at last. A mark of contempt.
Or respect.
Or respect. A man might see it as respect. You would have. Once.
I love that glance. That she's so fantastic as an actress.
She's the
just
best.
cutting his
cojones
off basically there. You might.
Woo, man, she's brutal.
That's a brutal line.
Yes. So we learned a little bit about the clone masters, that they are clones themselves. This lady, but they don't necessarily take sides. They won't create life. They'll only copy life. And they even it was an interesting bit in this episode where she asked him, what if somebody were to make a bunch of clones? This was way before Attack of a Certain Clone. Yeah, certain clones. Attack of the Clones or anything like that. And Attack, she said, well, we would make them for you too. We wouldn't take sides. Which is pretty interesting and odd, the Clone Masters. So Brian Croucher getting into his role of Travis. The other Blake walks up, and then they're going to be using him as well, and he has the same exact clothes again, which is good. So I'm just kidding. I'm really chill. On the Liberator, there, of course, we find out that. Well, no, let's save that part. We'll go back to space. Go back. I'm going all over the place, but at Space Command Headquarters, when they get back, Serverland has a meeting with a psychostrategist named Carnell. Quite brilliantly played by, what was that actor's name again? Scott Fredericks. He was excellent, and basically we gather, because they don't really tell you a lot. They just let you. This is a show that never talks down to anyone. They lay things out there, and you have to just figure it out. And you figure it out yourself. So they don't actually say it, but we know that everything that's going on is coming from his plan and his projections. He's kind of like, well, later he's referred to the psychostrategists, a nickname for them are puppeteers. We find out, which he doesn't really like much. But so he's been pulling the strings behind this whole plot. Kozar is still on the planet, but meanwhile, Kozar and Rochelle are trying to hide out on this planet, at this nuclear plant. I mean, I'm sorry, on this completely alien planet that doesn't have it's a building, right? And a deserted old building. They have a lot of tension between the two of them because he's a complete jackass and a nut. She's a sweet, wonderful, and beautiful girl who is a former slave. So it's the only life she's known. So she's pretty scared with this jerk who just stole her. Pretty scary stuff. This guy's really unhinged, and he's created a weapon called Emipac. Meanwhile, on the Liberator, while Kozar and Rochelle are hiding, while Carnell and Serverland are plotting, and Travis just come along for the ride at this point to help her with it because they really want Emipac back. The Liberator via Orak run across some information. They don't know what Emipac is, but they learn about it. And they do know that the Federation want it back. They see that the Federation is on a very high alert for it, so they determine. Blake surmises that it deduces that this is very important. And this is something that they're really concerned about. So he wants to find out what it is. And even Avon sides with him because he's been on, even Avon's like, well, yeah, we probably better find out. Unless you want your last words to be, so that's Emipac. So we find out later that, the clone Blake, the clone Blake doesn't know much. They're training him. They're training him to know just enough because these clones don't have, he wasn't taken from from Blake's actual cells. And, he doesn't have his memories or anything. So They have to train him what to say. He's working for
He was like
Serverland.
they say they had used his DNA somehow, or a construct of his DNA,
Yeah.
or he's not a
There's
normal clone, I guess.
Not
no
a
one
normal
got
clone.
milked.
No, that's right. No one. Thankfully.
Got milk.
So
Thank you.
So anyway, we soon learn that Imipac is an extraordinary device that fires a molecule size little projectile, transmits one into a person's body. That's an unstable molecule, basically, for lack of a better term, and that can be triggered like a little bitty miniature minuscule bomb inside of a person by a box that Kozar has. So, in other words, and it can be programmed it has a range of up to 1 million miles. You can program it, and anytime you decide to kill that person, you can just press a button. So that's pretty scary stuff. Again, that's one of the things I love about this show. This is a brilliant concept, and that weapon is truly, wow, that's messed up too. That's
devious. Yeah.
Yes. And but Blake doesn't know what it is, but he knows that the Federation's that frantic about it. I mean, look, they wanted Orak pretty bad. Look what they were willing to risk. So Kozar, who's a B grade level, that's why they didn't think he was capable of, smart enough, because they so obsessed with their caste system. They didn't even think a guy like that would be able to create something like that, which was fascinating as well. Anyway, as the story moves along, they go to AOC. Carnell has figured that the explosion, which the lesser Federation people thought it was just a crash. No, he figured out, because of the proximity where the ship was, that it was an explosion set by Kozar, and he was still alive. He didn't crash. He's alive down there because Carnell's pretty damn smart. Serverland and the crew go to the planet. Blake shows up. Blake, Avon, and Gan teleport down to the planet. But, of course, Serverland got there first. Serverland and Travis. They use Clone Blake to get the gun to get the Imipac away from Kozar, who has previously used it a little bit earlier on a monster type thingy on the planet, and it was pretty effective. He gives it to Blake, and because it so happens that Kozar kind of idolizes Blake as a folk hero and stuff. So when he sees Blake, he's so, as Carnell's determined, the guy's so nuts, it won't even strike him as odd that his hero just happens to show up. He's that kind of far gone and stuff, and he's pretty crazy. It's actually I've seen this guy. This guy's been on a lot of Doctor Who and stuff as well. The actor that plays Kozar, pretty good actor, John Bennett. He's been in a lot of stuff. And Rochelle, that lady, was it Candace Glenn, or something like that? Beautiful. Yes, I watch the opening credits sometimes. Sorry. So anyway, they are able to capture, with help of the Blake clone, the two. But of course, Blake clone, all of a sudden, I mean, I guess there's some Blake in him. We don't know why exactly. I guess because of the clone makers, decides to protect the girl. So they send them, the Blake clone and the girl, out of the room. That's a key point. Blake, Avon, and Gan just stumble upon things. Meanwhile, idiot Travis turns his back on her long enough to mark both Travis and a couple of the guards. What, she's evil. She uses guards just for a test to test him. Imipac, she uses them. So she marks Travis. She sends Travis out with a gun to mark Blake, Avon, and Gan. So they're marked by Imipac. And in the meantime, while all that's going on, what's his name? I keep getting his name on. Carnell, him right there, the blonde dude. He goes back and runs into one of Serverland's officers, and finds out the Serverland's already gone. He looks at the report and realizes, oops, he missed one thing. He said, oh, actually, her people missed one element to the whole plan to unravel, because they didn't take into the fact of the girl. He did not know Kozar was going to bring the girl with him. She was the random element to the whole story, because, with her there, things would be unpredictable. And he was correct. So he escaped. He got out of there and he didn't even get paid. But he's a pretty smart dude. I want to talk about him a little bit later after this review, because this character, well, I'll tell you later. Anyway, so Carnell's, is smart enough to know that he's going to be in trouble because he didn't, even though it wasn't his fault, things were going to probably be screwed up. So he got away because he's smart. And he knows you don't trust Servalan. You just don't. And if more people knew that, they'd be alive. So Servalan, in the meantime, has marked a couple of the guards, and she demonstrates to Blake and Avon and Gan when they break in to the building what the Emmy-Pack can do. We find out what Emmy-Pack can do, and she says she'll let them leave. She wants to conduct a test. She wants to the takeoff of the Liberator. She wants to test the range. We all know that she's got some. She's really going to use it to kill them and take the ship or whatever. And she has Travis marked as well. But she forgot one thing. The girl. The girl apparently has convinced Blake Clone to come in there to surprise Travis and Servalan, and to take Emmy-Pack and then mark them with it, or mark Servalan as well with it, and then say you better stay away from here. We'll just kill you with Emmy-Pack. So, and they'll leave, and they say, "What?" And she even says, "Well, maybe she'll come back." No, she won't come back. And so, while Avon and Blake and the crew are leaving in the Liberator, trying to put the planet between them, hoping to outrun the signal, which is what she expected them to do, but it's kind of something that Avon says won't even work. They're obviously, they don't show what happened, but apparently Blake Clone informs Blake that they've got control of Emmy-Pack and he's safe. So the Liberator crew gets away. Servalan goes back to headquarters. She's not happy, but you can't even blame Travis for this one. And Carnell leaves a note for her. And it's very flirty, very fun. This guy's pretty cool. He's swaving to boner. And the thing about this character, Chris Boucher wrote one of the better episodes of Doctor Who not too long, right around this time, actually, called The Robots of Death. And then in the 1990s, it's a Fourth Doctor episode. In the 1990s, he wrote one of those BBC books back when there were only Doctor Who books going around, a sequel to the episode called Robots of Death, called Corpse Marker. And he put this character in it. It's Carnell's in it. So it's his character he created for the show. And just BBC, so I guess he just got away with it. So anyway, a slight Doctor Who connection.
Same exact
character. Yeah, it's Carnell. Yep. And even goes into the TARDIS. So it's not Blake 7 other than that, but it's the fact that he used this character was kind of cool. I remember I was reading it, I'm like, oh crap, this is Carnell from Weapon. That's badass. Anyway, so that's basically my ridiculous, idiotic summation of it was clumsy and crappy, but you'll all get
it was not.
So I hated it. I'm embarrassed by it
right now. Go to the agony booth and don't come back until you have a different attitude, mister.
I live in the agony booth. I am the agony booth. Anyway, yeah, but I liked Carver. I thought the guy was great. So anyway, I now turn the floor over to someone way better at this than me, my wonderful first officer, for notes or whatever else you might have to say about the episode.
Get out of here. You're way better at this than I am. Okay, here are my notes, folks. New Travis is not quite as dynamic. I don't find him scary at all. Bit of a puss. Meow. I do love that Servalan admonishes him, and in so doing, tells him that he's not a man. He's Travis the Lesser. What a Greek tragedy. I love when Avon says to Gan about sincere intentions and sincere friendships. Virtually alone, then.
Virtually alone, then. Love it.
I love him. This is somebody who I would hang out with in real life. He's definitely an INTJ. I love him. Anyway, I love when Avon says it's a question of intelligence, so your opinion has very little relevance.
Avon barbs are the best.
I love it because it's just, I don't know.
You're a mean person.
Well, no, yes, I am a mean person. Evidently, I am. Like, it's just who I am. I don't
I
share
mean,
all of Avon's traits, but we do share a lot of traits. And just sometimes he comes out with a wing dinger, and I'm like, wow, I wish I would have said that. Anyway, I love Avon. Avon lives. Okay, so
yep.
one thing that I've always found puzzling about this episode, this is the second time that I spotted it and went, huh? And that is the gigantic star of David on Travis. I've always wondered why
It
that
does
is.
look like that, doesn't it?
Why? Why?
I
Anyway,
think it's the angle, right?
yeah, like if you even if you stop it and you look at it, it's 100% our gargantuan Star of David, and it's quite shiny.
Yeah.
I also liked the line "kill your friends while committing self-deletion." Avon on self-deletion. Sorry, folks. We have to be careful of the algorithm here.
Oh, should we not play that clip then? I was just going to play it.
Play it.
Play it.
What's the worst thing that can
Auron
happen?
may be different, Callie, but on Earth it is considered ill-mannered to kill your friends while committing suicide.
I love it. It's worth it.
Yeah, and this is more of Isaac Asimov. So this entire episode is a tribute to Isaac Asimov. Everyone knows this. It's undeniable, and it's a beautiful homage. But instead of psychohistory, we use a psychostrategist. And of course, it should be psychohistory. And this is via, of course, the Carnell character. Carnell, Travis, and the underling all report to Servalan for her feminine needs. And Chris Boucher or Boucher makes sure that he gets that idea across. And of course, you all know that I love this because Servalan walks into the room. She is the White Witch. She's on high beams. She looks gorgeous, usually has red nails, although not in this episode, and this, candy apple red lipstick. And she's just using men like Kleenex. And so here we have Carnell, Travis, and this underling, and it's very obvious that this is the message Chris wants to send. And of course, Terry was great at sending that message as well. The Rochelle and Clone Blake saved the day. This obviously revealing that even a bond slave can change history. And that once again is calling back to the Isaac Asimov tale, Foundation, and of course this psychohistory and how it is not science fantasy, it is science fiction. Will we ever get to a point where statisticians can sit down with psychologists and psychiatrists and look at who is the world leader at that time, calculate their behaviors, and sort of give us an idea of what will unfold in the next 10 years? Will people specialize in that? So obviously I like that because you all know I love Foundation. I love the entire Foundation series, the trilogy especially, but the entire thing, obviously. And I think that Imapak is a cool idea. And I think this is a decent episode, but the problem I have with this episode is that I find it less watchable than normal Blake 7, due only to the fact that I find it's very uneven. The delivery is uneven. So we have some slow parts and some quick slow parts. And so it's sort of like learning to dance in front of people. Some of it is kind of awkward, and other parts of it are truly heavenly. So this isn't one of my favorite Blake 7 episodes, but it's got great content. I mean, Servalan walks in and she has a halo of white ostrich feathers. And there she is using men like Kleenex. I just think it's terrific. And Avon is just sensational here. And like you said, I love the idea of psychohistory, even though we call it psycho strategy here. And I love the Imapak idea. So not the strongest, but some really quality content as usual. I mean, it's Blake 7. It's all good. So I give this one a 4 out of 7. Please do not chuck anything at me from across the room. I will duck. And that is all I have to say. Mark? Marky Mark.
Oh yeah. Oh, what would you say Serverland's wearing around her neck with that dress? I mean, only she could pull that off. That the great.
Well, I think that's
You
sort
look
of like
great.
Spider to the Fly. No,
Yeah, I was
West
just trying to
Cagle.
my hey West Cagle.
West.
I was trying to describe it, and I had no words. I'm like,
Well,
it's
I
like
think
a
it's
jewelry
quite.
thingy.
I think it's half ethereal fantasy sort of elvish garb, and the other part of it is that I really love the semiotics of it, whether intentional or unintentional. That of course, Servalan being the Black Widow, and of course that apparatus around her neck, the sinister collar of the villain, looks a lot like a spider web, and certainly
Yeah.
all of the men are caught up in that web here as she summons them to fulfill her feminine needs.
Yeah, I was just trying to describe it. I'm like, I don't know what it is, but it looks good, and only because of Jacqueline Pierce. I mean, not many actresses could pull that look
No,
off.
no,
But
no.
she does.
But did you notice here the villainous collars abound?
Yeah,
W-
yeah,
w-
that's
w-
a lot of
yeah.
Doctor Who. There's some of those costumes are from Doctor Who, which I'll mention in the
So this is an
wiki notes.
indication of intention, and yet here we are with the marvelous Servalan, and she is a spider to the fly. This ethereal collar that isn't Elizabethan. It's more get caught in this web, and I will eat you. She's a man eater. She is a man
Yeah.
eater, except for the
Oh,
fact
here
that
she comes.
I wouldn't fully qualify Travis as a man. He's a bit of a puss, but I think she'll have him just the same.
Well, that's what Serverline said, right? So yeah.
You are not a man. I
respect.
mean, this.
A man might see it as respect. You would have. Once.
You would have once. Oh, ouch! Put that dagger in and.
Ooh, ooh, that hurt. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Right to
no.
the gut.
Stephen
That
Grief
did
is like, glad I'm not here for that one. Yeah.
Joe Dog. Whoa, whoa.
Joe Dog's here.
Well, I do have some show notes from the wiki, and I will tell you guys what I thought of the episode. But I wanted to do these notes. Wiki. So here's the Blake 7 wiki, and if you look at my watch party, I've got all kinds of links and info to Blake 7 items, and then someone had sent, I think it was Tim that had sent me the one of the actors was on Blake 7 and passed away, so we'll touch on that as well. But let's read the some of the show notes here. So let's see, where do they have story notes? This is the first episode in which Travis is played by Brian Croucher. Chris Butcher would later use the character, as CLOBBERIN Tom said, of Carnell, a novel and series of audio plays set in the Doctor Who universe. The desk lamp seen in the room Kosa and Rochelle arrive in are from the main mission set of Space 1999. The chess computer Carnell uses is a Chess Challenger 1 from Fidelity Electronics. At the time the series was made, this was an actual top-of-the-line portable dedicated chess computer. And I thought it looked pretty cool in the episode, unless you knew that. Crosier hated working with George Spenton Foster, the director, because of his working methods. It sounds like gossip to me. The white cloak Servalan wears is the same one Mary Tam wore as Romana in the Doctor Who story, The Ribos Operation.
Ribos Operation, yeah.
Ribos, thank you. Yeah, Ribos, yep. Chris Boucher was unhappy with this episode, feeling that the direction let it down. Candace Glendenning.
I knew that. I saw
Yeah,
that.
see?
I felt the same thing Chris
I
felt.
felt
Chris,
the same thing.
Chris, I agree.
Yep. And Candace Glendenning, who was the gorgeous lady who was scared of the big ant thing, previously auditioned for Jenna. And I think she might have made a good Jenna, too.
Yeah. Beautiful.
George Spenton
That
Foster.
girl was hotter than HE double hockey sticks.
She was but Jenna's pretty darn hot, too. So
No,
we have a
like
hotness
seriously
contest.
though, you need.
She's
to go
more of
to
a
see
smoky
some of her-
hotness.
Yeah, that girl is like. That's why Clobby was like, "Woo, fire!" She
Beautiful.
is very, very, very pretty.
Very beautiful.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But for some reason she get the part. So George Spenton Foster had previously cast Scott Fredericks and Graham Simpson in the Doctor Who serial Image of the Fendal.
Image of Fendal, Tom Baker.
Yep, Tom Baker, also written by Chris Boucher and scored by Dudley Simpson.
I actually don't like that episode, though. I'm not a big fan of that episode.
Not a big fan.
I love Boucher, but...
And ratings for the episode were 6.4 million. Filming location, Rutherford Laboratories, Didcot, Oxfordshire. Sorry. Production errors to be added.
The Shire.
The Shire, yeah. Continuity. This is the first reference to the existence of cloning in the Federation, which is a later plot point in another episode, which I won't say. And of course, we had our classic quotes, and I have a couple more to play. And let's see. This first aired on broadcast date, January 23rd, 1979 on the BBC. And it's episode 16 in the series. So let's play. I got a couple more clips to play here. Some more Villa stuff in here.
In which case, going there would be safe, but pointless.
Now, that I wouldn't object to.
Be quiet, Villa.
Why ask my opinion in the first place?
Actually, nobody did.
That's the last time I stand up for you.
Poor Villa. Yep.
Love it.
Stand up for you. Yeah. I do love the
getting
and then the last clip here, which I thought was another good line.
It's still alive!
I haven't told it it's dead yet.
That could be right out of a Doctor Who episode, couldn't it? I mean,
very much so. And yes, could not be reached. That's right. Rhonda Ventham is in the Image of the Fendal. Just didn't like the episode much.
She's I got beautiful. Wanda Ventham.
She's gorgeous. Yeah,
she's gorgeous. A shame about her son.
That's horrible. I knew you were going to take a swipe at him. So bad.
You mean Blinky?
Blinky. Yeah.
Wow.
But let's see who had I had my notes here on who had passed away, and I'm not seeing it. Where did it go? I thought I wrote it down. Where did it go? Let me grab the email. Sometimes things disappear on the interwebs somehow. Yep. So it was Tim who said this. The actor who played Seymour in the episode passed away.
Yeah, Seymour. He was also
Seymour.
Agrorian.
Yep. Fred Elliott passed away at
great actor.
Coronation Street, died at age 86. So thank you for that information.
Seymour was in trial, and he played Agrorian in Orbit.
Yep. Great actor. Yep. So just passed away. So I don't know if that's one of the last.
Another Blake Seven loss we've had. Yeah.
I don't know how many. There's not a lot of Blake Seven actors left, unfortunately. Yep.
Primary crew.
Primary crew.
Cast. I mean, we still have Jenna and Callie and Villa. Well, that's about it. Well, we have Tarrant and and Dana and Sulin.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're kind of running low.
Unfortunately, yeah. So that's what happens as time goes on. Yep. But yeah, that cast, unfortunately, just wasn't hit hard recent years.
Yeah.
Now I would, I same thing as I was watching doing the watch part at the end. I'm like, not a terrible episode, but it's disjointed and all over the place. I felt exactly the same way Raquel felt.
It's evident.
Yeah, it's just hard. Yeah, it's a hard one to follow, and it's just something that's got some great moments, but other parts just don't really jibe. There's not a ton of great quotes in it. Not to say the dialogue's not bad, but the Jacqueline Pierce's Serverland really shines in here, and I think that's a contrast to new Travis. And he does, spoiler alert, yes, he does get better in the role, I think, as time goes on.
Meow.
This is a weak weak performance, but
he's a puss.
It's tough to take on someone's role there, but unless he's trying to play it, because
especially when you're totally a puss,
beaten down. Especially, yeah. So yeah, I would give it a How does this correlate? What would be like a B minus out of 7? Would be that like a 4, I guess, too, or is
That's
that
what I gave. I gave a 4 because, like,
is that a B
how
minus? I
how
guess.
ballsy and awesome is it for someone to call out Isaac Asimov like that and just say, "I really love this idea of psychohistory. Let's let's do an homage to that." And I mean, this show does that often. You know, like it will pay homage to Star Trek, to Gene
Yeah.
Roddenberry, and to have psychohistory just plopped right down there. It's terrific. And yeah, and so like I don't know, like I feel like you do. Like I want to give it props for what it tried to do, but it was really revealing what you said about the wicka 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 wiki, where you were like, Chris felt that the director had spoiled the story, and he had felt that same unevenness that I felt,
Yeah.
and perhaps that the disjointedness that you had felt. I didn't feel so much that it was. Well, maybe it was a slightly disjointed, wasn't it? In a couple of places, wasn't it? Where
Yeah,
you're
it's
like,
off-putting. What's going on here?
yeah.
And it's always tough to do on a TV show that's 50 minutes, but still you gotta get your stuff.
Imagine
get your
pouring
stuff
Jello in that, Mark.
together. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Imagine if that was your Jello mold.
Ouch. Well, actually, a 4 out of 7 is a 57%.
Well, that's good.
So,
That's what it deserves.
you think? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
It's a 4 out of
despite the
7.
great acting. Yep. So,
Yeah.
well, let's see how we compare to Clobbering Times.
Okay. Let's see here. We are way off on this from we're not on the same page at all. This is one of my higher rated episodes. I've varied it. I've gone up and down on it. Yeah, I mean, I used to have it ranked at number 9, Max. I changed it a little bit, but that's pretty much I think I changed it, Max, a while back because since I did my last ratings. Where'd I put it? Let's see. Let me check my rating thing. Actually, I kicked it back to 22. Let's see where I put it. 21. Max, I actually kicked it. I did have it way up there, but I kicked it back to 21 a while back. So I have it as a 6. Because I love it. And I mean, 6 is almost, I mean, it can be, like I said, because on reevaluation, one of the things that I dinged it for later was, was that I didn't care much for some of the silliness of the Clone Masters. And so I think that was a little over dramatic. I don't mind, again, I don't mind Croucher. It was, when I first saw it, I was really bummed out that it wasn't Stephen Greif because I just loved him. And it took me some episodes to get used to Croucher. And then, of course, later when I would go back and watch, after getting used to Croucher, eventually watching this episode doesn't bother me anymore with Croucher. I think he's a good actor. He's very different. I'll never like him as much as I like
DJ play nice.
DJ.
Good night.
Take care, DJ. Good to see you, man.
Appreciate Rock.
Appreciate you. So I'll never like him as much as Greif, but I got used to him. He was functional, and he's not as important as any of the big players anyway. So he's fine. I love the concept of Emmy Pack. There's some great character interaction, especially between, the stuff, other than the stuff with some of the silliness with the organ and all that kind of crap at the beginning, which I always feel a little hokey personally. Other than that, the story is super solid. I mean, I could easily put it higher. It's a 6 to a 6.5 for me because I didn't find it disjointed or clunky at all. And I loved a lot of the interaction between Carnell and Servalan. Some of that stuff makes this episode, character stuff in this episode for me is what makes it gold. And you have great character stuff and a great concept with Emmy Pack. So I love both of those. Those are solid. It's so much, actually, the crew stuff is not like super up there. It's good. It's solid. I like it. But the Servalan, Carnell stuff, the concept, a lot of those things really carry the episode for me. So Max has it a little bit higher than me. That I used to have it like at number 9, and I switched a bunch of stuff around because I do that. I've told you before, Max. I change my ratings around sometimes. So, but I could easily have it higher. I really do love the episode. And so I go with a solid 6, and I have it now at like 21, which puts it on the high side because, as you know, there are 52 episodes. So anyway, there we go. Now we can read some reviews of our friends. Let's see. What do we have here? I wish we had half as many as we get on Star Trek, but we don't have as many people watching it as we do Voyager. Isn't that a shame when you think about it? Because this show's so much better than Voyager.
Yeah. It's so funny too, because it's like the folks that are always with us for the Clubhouse and then are also with us on Saturday Night Star Trek. It's just so inspiring to be in this environment with this quality writing, and then we go over and it just pain.
Ravenscroft says 5 Avons meet unsuitable Travis, unsubtle Travis, who yells and overacts. Also meet a great new villain with loads of potential. Someone who digs into our crew's minds and exploits weaknesses. Great idea. Yeah, I love Carnell. He should have. I wish he'd come back.
Mars Monkey Max wants you to know that he is still here and that he is still listening.
All right, MMM. I'm glad
Mars
you're here.
Monkey Max.
Oh, and what's it? Sean Carter says, member chat number 1. I just saw the chicken video on Twitter. Black. I
love you, Sean. Glad you enjoyed it. And hey, you've been a member here for 13 months.
Yes, thank you.
I will keep grossing you out with sick chicken videos.
Chicken video? Okay. Wow.
Nothing, just something happening on X.
Okay.
Love you, Sean.
Okay.
Chris is leaving.
Chris, have a good night, buddy.
Good night, sweetheart.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, all you do.
Thank you, Chris. Good night.
A lot of time is spent on Rochelle and Kozer, which is okay, but often B7 sacrifices depth of its own cast. Jenna Gang Callie, in order to serve the guests who often die. I don't know. I think they all get enough. I never really bought into them not getting enough. But what makes the shows work so well for me is the facts that even characters that were going to die or they're not going to be seen but for a few minutes, they write them so well. They make you feel it, even though you'd only known that character for like 2 minutes. And I like the way that's the kind of writing I really love. I know that's dialogue and stuff, and Danny Villavlugal or whatever doesn't like it, but let's see.
Come on, everyone. You gotta laugh at Clobby. Come on.
Just saying.
Isn't Clobby the best? Like,
This
Clobby
movie has
has
too much dialogue.
He should make silent
Clobby
films.
has the best insults because Clobby will do like a drive-by as far as insults go. Like,
Thank you.
that was a drive-by insult where he just sort of smashed. Maybe he just keyed the car of Denis Villeneuve. I think or is it
Villeneuve or Villeneuve?
I don't know. I'm Canadian. I have the
Villeneuve.
worst French. My French is atrocious. My Greek is decent. My
I thought
French
Canadians
is
were French.
atrocious.
I thought Canadians were French, aren't they?
Well, yeah, it's our official language, but I mean,
Well, there you go.
You know.
So here we go. That's sort of like saying I'm from Mississippi. I can't speak redneck. I mean, of course you can. You're from Mississippi. You should be able to speak like this. It's like I'm gonna do it. It's like fascinating idea with Nemi Pack. Another concept they introduced but never follow up on. I'm not sure what you can do more with that. I think it was enough, but I hear you. Not a big fan of clones generally. Yeah, I hear you there. That's what kind of yeah. As it leaves too many doors open, ends up being an out for writers. I'm with you there, Ravens. Avon looks like a sausage. Oh, you don't like that outfit, do you? I do like the idea of the Blake clone having his moral compass and ultimately having that as the foil that undoes Serverland's plan. Thank you so much, Ravenscroft.
Avon still needs a smooch there.
Yeah, Ravenscroft, he needs a smooch. So there you go.
Me, I will volunteer to smooch Paul Darrell.
I'll see what I can do. Let's see. Gwag says, I explain away the new Travis as a failed clone made after the real Travis was killed. Oh, wow. That is why he looks so different and acts differently. My problem was the eye patch. It sucks because it wasn't an eye patch in the first season. It was half his head looked like it had been blown off.
Yeah,
Well, half of his head had been blown off.
Right, and it looked that way. Exactly, it looked that way, which was cool. It was like he looks so cool in the first. I don't say what you want about their budget. He looked really good in the first season because, like I said, he looked like half his head
Like it had been melted into his head. It was
but now it's an eye patch.
Very cool. Now it's just like Army Hearties, and
yes,
then
I hate that.
But then you're expecting Army Hearties, and instead you get
maybe that's
like,
why.
Oh, get out of here, puss.
Maybe that's part of why Greif left. It was annoying. I don't know.
Well, there was a little hole in the eye patch, if you notice, so we could see. But I always interpreted it as maybe that was a cybernetic device in there. I don't know. But there was a little
like
hole.
the mutoids, because the mutoids also have like the molded tire head. And so you're thinking to yourself, like, oh, well, that's some sort of newfangled type of prosthetic compound. And so, yeah, it just sparks the imagination. And now we got, a puss.
An eye patch. Yeah, I hate it.
Yeah.
Got a
always
puss,
hated that.
and he's a puss.
I'll tell you what, though, Brian Croucher is a straight up good dude. The fans, he's really good with fans and an absolutely prince of an old man now, I guess. But a really nice dude. Why didn't Travis die when she did the test? Well, he didn't get a chance to use it on her. She didn't get a chance to use it on him. She marked him now, and now she's marked too. Travis was within range of the weapon and was marked. Yeah, but you have to press it it's keyed to him. So you can't, in other words, if you could have 20 people marked, but you can't, if you press the button for one person, it won't kill the others. Gwag. Thank you, Gwag. Let's see. Max Redstone says A minus, basically 5.34 out of 7. My rank 18, Club rank 19. Well, I've changed it, but that's okay. I changed mine all the time. It's been 2 years since I last updating ranks. Recently, it occurred to me I've watched this episode well over 100 times just to understand and appreciate it. Well, it makes two of us. We both appreciate it, buddy. It's clear that Blake is a leader because he can garner followers, not because he is a good leader. In fact, the quality of Blake's decision making is generally piss poor. True. Serverland is in midriff, and Mesh is so sexy. So Blake and his dumbass plan, Serverland, and her ultimate plan, Kozer, and whatever plan he had, all square off. Oh, let's see. Oh, I'm sorry, Gwag, you didn't number yours, so you had another one there. I'll get to it. I'm so sorry, dude. I apologize. I didn't see it because Max was next, and I just I don't know what it was. You didn't number him. Sorry about that. I'll get back to you, Max. Let me forget Gwag because I did have him for. I'm so sorry. He said the psychostrategist Carnell would have been a good replacement for the character of Travis instead of recasting the character when the original actor left. I'm with you there. I actually can agree with that, but they wanted the evil Travis to go around.
That's actually
Carnell would just Carnell wouldn't be vicious enough. Brian Croucher is a new, broken in, more psycho Travis. And he will actually do the things that people have only accused Stephen Graff of. Yep. I don't know why his badge is a Star of David. I love Jenna's dress. Okay. Yeah. Kozer, loser Kozer. I actually didn't feel bad when he met his end. Emipack survived. That's what matters. And of course, Rochelle and Clone Blake are going to be doing some bacon making. Wow, dude. I did them 1.5. You only tell me when you adjust your rankings at least 6 months after the fact. 2, the Clone Masters are silly. 3, this episode brought you by Gallifrey surplus costumes. Yeah, they were like that. I'm sorry. I promise to update you when I make any more updates there, buddy. A lot of times those weren't reviews, just observations for the chat. But thanks. Okay, well, please make observations anytime you want. There, absolutely, buddy.
It's my fault. I star everything Gwag
No.
says because I love Gwag.
Oh no, it's good. No, it's all good. I just didn't. I was I thought because they were there, but I'm glad you did. Anytime you make an observation about the show, please do. So, well, there we go. Let's see. Next week, of course. Let's see. What is the next one? Killer or Horizon? I think it's Horizon. If I'm wrong, I don't. Do you have anyone have an episode guide? Horizon should be next, folks. As far as I know. Oh,
I think so.
The favorite quote too coming up. So, yeah.
Well, oh, you have a favorite. Well, you don't want to spoil it, I guess, right?
A favorite quote that we play all the time from that one.
Oh, that's coming up. Yep.
Mm-hmm. It's in that one.
That's in that one. Like an inconceivable quote or Superman,
or sort of like an expendable quote.
Yeah.
Yeah, because of you guys, I'm now walking around like if I make myself a cup of coffee in the morning and I go to do a little bit of work, I sit down and go, Superman.
Oh.
It is because of you two. I want to shin kick both of you for making me standing in line at Costco saying to the guy, I think it's Superman's birthday today. I'm pretty sure it's Superman's birthday today. Then walking out to the parking lot going, Superman. You two. Superman. Superman.
I gotta clip just the Superman. So we just have that quick
You
in and out.
too. Ah.
Well, thank Clobberin Times for that one. I just he enabled me with the idea to make that. But I've always noticed that too. I have to say, but that was just.
But oh yeah,
right,
yeah, the way he says it's
So-
Superman.
Dave.
Superman.
I've been
Superman.
saying it too. Yeah.
Look what you're doing to our entire friend group.
Yes,
Setting
Superman.
everyone up. Yep.
Well. So
Well, we got to move over to
Move it on over.
moving on over. Yeah. So I'm increasing my rating just a little bit because 4.5 because I wanted to give it like a B minus C plus. That's the 60s a failing, but I did love the concept of the weapon. But maybe I need to watch it another 20 times. But I thought it was a little tough to follow in some places. But yeah, it's
really, I don't know.
good.
I guess I've watched it so
Yeah.
many times. I don't know. But I mean, like Max is Max like me. That should watch it over 100 times. If you have Max, then I probably have to.
Right.
I mean, so let's just. I mean, just give it a ballpark estimate. I don't know when you started
Amazing.
watching the show, Max. I think I didn't start watching till like 86 or 87. And then in the first few years of course, I recorded them all. Eventually, hey, Apollo meets Minion.
And the pepperoni, the pepperoni. Not bad, not bad.
I did it too fast. It should be. Or something like that. Oh,
I
but
like
yes.
how Max is imagining me in Costco saying, kneel before Zod.
Yeah.
Kneel. Kneel before Zod.
I didn't know this Blake 7 episode was on Outer Limits.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
So anyway, but yeah, just one of the things about that. Yeah, Max. In the first few, especially like in the first few years after watching them, oh man, I mean, but within about 3 or 4 years, I probably watched them over and over and over again. And I'm not talking about. There are plenty of times when I would say, I think I'm going to start at the beginning and just watch them all. I did that sometimes, but other times I just throw random episodes on all the time.
Out of order.
Out of order, yeah. Order don't mean anything, Blake 7. Sorry, I'm not. I'm way out of order. I don't like shows that you have to watch.
Go
in
to
order.
the agony booth. Go.
I don't think. I don't. Now, only time I'll watch a show and stick to order is if it's really a must, like it's a show with stupid story arcs and all that kind of crap that you have to. I don't like it. I want to say, I'm in a Trek mood. Let me throw in a few Trek episodes out of nowhere, the great ones. Because that way I can skip the shitty ones. Okay. If I did what you do, number one, that means I'd have to watch Alternative Factor when I'm watching Trek.
I know,
I'd
but that's
have
the
to
way
sit
it
through.
is. It's like
It doesn't belong.
I think it's just because I come from the land of books. And so
We're
for
gonna
me,
break
it's like
you.
I could never imagine opening a book in the middle. Like Penny.
It's not a book though. These are, you admitted yourself you like short. The thing you write short stories.
I do, but I
It's
also
an anthology.
recognize when my editor, who is a literary scholar here, busts my butt when I don't put the stories in an order that he likes.
But
And
they're different stories.
I know, but there is just there's
I love you. We're going to break you. We are going to break you. I must break you.
Britain woman shouts Neil before Zod, gets
Ew.
arrested at Costco by RCMP. Wagner, in defense of Raquel, the new Outer Limits does have some episodes that need to be watched before others. Gwag, the reason why this
Right.
is because
Really?
if you want to get published, one of the things that they say that that new readers like, and I was reading about this, is if you have a like a filament in all of your stories where they're related to one another. And for mine, I made mine so that you would have to dig around to find the connection, and then you go, oh my God, she linked it to this story. So I make my readers do the digging around to find that. I don't want it to be like too obvious, but apparently from what publishers are saying, like that's like a super popular thing now, is to make sure that there's like a thread in them so that people feel I don't know
Just sell your stories individually as well.
Pardon?
You sell your stories individually online, right?
I do.
Someone can buy like one story out of the whole batch.
They can.
They can. What if like somehow they just run across it? Let's try that one. Boom, just pull it out of nowhere. They won't tell you because you'll go crazy if they start at the beginning. Is there truly a beginning if they're all short stories that are in different? Is there truly a beginning? Now, again, Trek's different, granted, because they are the same characters. Nevertheless, do you really have to watch Alternative Factor if you just got through enjoying, let's say?
No, you don't. But if it was,
The City on the Edge Forever.
But if it's midnight on Channel 11, then you're stuck watching it.
No, that's appointment TV though. That's different. I'm talking about you've got the DVDs or the
I think sometimes it depends upon how much you want to repeat yourself with the reader. So I think sometimes it's necessary to have the order. And for me, like, I think the most important thing about watching TOS in production order is that it really removes all of the criticisms that have weighed TOS down for many, many years. Because as TOS changed hands through 4 corporations, you could see the storytelling changing. You could also see Gene Roddenberry, Gene Alcoon, and DC Fontana taking risks and really pushing the studio to do their ideas without censoring them. Like at one point, Gene started paying hands on the show to take people out for a sandwich, so they weren't there to see someone walk out with their belly button showing and things like that. So I guess to me, I can see the subtle differences, and so I like to watch it that way. But I understand why others don't. But for me, I see it as one work. I see Gene Roddenberry, Gene Alcoon, and DC Fontana's storytelling as one work. Well, with the exception of season, the corporate season that shall not be named, because there was so much interference that Gene and DC and Gene Alcoon were literally walking off the set, just saying, like, I don't know what you guys are doing. What you guys are ruining our show. So yeah. Anyway, so.
And when it comes to prod order, I mean, you got to be hardcore to care about prod order. Let's say if somebody, because that it's in all that jumbled up order on the streaming services. If someone were to say, do you recommend I watch the original Star Trek? And you say, yeah, you should watch it. And they go and they watch it, and happens to be in the air date order. They can still fall in love with it. I mean, they can still love it. It's not going to affect them that much. Whereas if it's a show that has like almost every damn show now that has these story arcs and all this kind of crap.
I hate
and it's
that.
important. It's important to go in a certain order. Yeah. But you can You know, episodic television of the old days, you can, you know, even
Doesn't
though you
matter
like
for the
the
most
No,
part.
look, I'm with you on the product order. I watch it that way now.
Yeah,
But
but
someone
like
doesn't.
I support what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that some people can tell the difference. Like for me, when I very first watched The Prisoner, when I was watching it in the order everyone else watches it, I was like, what is this mess? And then
Yeah.
when I backed away from it and I walkie-talkied you and I was like, look, I really need you to give me your order here, because I did a little
Yeah.
bit of research. I didn't read about The Prisoner, but I did some research on it, and I found out that there is an actual watch order. And so when I watched in your order, the characters
Yeah.
and the storytelling made sense.
Right. Yeah.
You know?
That's because
Like, look at
McGuhan.
UFO. Could you imagine if you didn't know about Straker's son?
Yeah,
You
it's
know what I
it's a
mean?
shame. Well, I did watch it originally,
Yeah.
like before I knew about that order like that. Yeah, it was kind
Yeah.
of, but it's still. I mean, what I'm saying is, I would still get into the show. It wouldn't make me not like
Yeah,
the
yeah,
show.
yeah, yeah. But
Now,
I'm just saying, so
McGuhan had a planned out story.
yeah.
I mean, Roddenberry and those people, they were doing one story at a time with the same characters, though. So
Mhm.
it's like, but yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, but some, you know how most. I gotta be honest with you. There's some good shows I like that have like the whole multiple season arc and all this, but that's not really my favorite my cup of tea when it comes to episodic television. I like the old episodic stuff
Yeah, me too. Me
format
too.
better.
But I try also, though, I do try when I'm ordering my stories to not tell people when they're first coming to the story. I don't want to give too much information. And so that's an authorial technique
Yeah.
that I use. So if somebody understands the basic confines of the heterocosmica, the possible world or worlds that I've created, the possible realities, the possible futures that are on offer in the stories. Like when I talk about, you know, the CCTV AI monitor, and when I talk about the forearm implant and the corporation and the things that exist in the story at the outset. I have to give them a whole bunch of information and background on what those entities are and how they operate and what's the acronym and you know, hey, what's shaking here? But when they're 10 stories in or 20 stories in, they already have that information. So they just need to get to the juicy, horrible, scary, awful, you know, soul crushing or you know, amazing, cool thing that doesn't need to be packaged, like repackaged as if you don't know anything. Do you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway.
Well, here we go. So yeah, we're still gonna tease you about.
I know.
Yeah.
We can't help it because we have
Out of order.
You're out of order.
Raquel, where do you
You're out
order
of order.
your stories from?
Well,
I actually have a different order for my stories than the public gets, because I work with two people. One is a person who has a degree in
Damn it,
editing.
Max.
And then I work with a literary scholar. And what's funny is they don't communicate at all about the stories. And then they get back to me and they tell me what order the stories need to go in. Why? And they'll actually give me crap, both of them. They'll be like, why did you put this story first? It doesn't belong here. It belongs here. And I'm like, okay, fine. Don't beat me. Anyway. I do what
Oliver
they say.
Belamonte. Hey. No, we got you. And we love you no matter what. So it's unconditional love here. So, but we still like to tease you because you deserve.
I know. You guys are allowed.
You bring it on yourself.
I know.
Why not?
And Max is a Mr. Smarty Pants asking a question like that. Look at him laughing.
I know. It's Max.
Max
That's
is Smarty
maximum
Pants.
redstone. I'm going to put him through the Klingon Rite of Ascension later. We're going to find a place for those Klingon paint sticks.
Oh my goodness! Well, look, hey, all us teasing you, but look, you were a trooper, and in spite of Mister Jerkface Mark here, you acceded to his demands.
I did,
and you watched an out of order. And not only, hey, look, 4 seasons out of order. Well, you've seen the show before, though, right? No.
Yes.
You've seen some episodes before, right? Or
I've watched them
all, right?
I watched them all.
Okay.
But I watched them on Space.
Okay.
And that's a television network. So
yes.
So there were times in Canada where some of these cable networks and these a la carte cable shows or like cable channels, they would buy packages of these shows, and so there was sometimes where you would
Right.
tune into one of the channels, and like Star Trek would be on all day and all night and things like that. So
Right.
Outer
Good.
Limits was in constant rotation here when it was out. So
But are you
there's
allowed
no
to watch it on TV out of order, or just
No.
that's okay?
well, you have to unless you buy the Outer Limits.
Yeah, yeah.
So like when you flick it on, and if space is
Good night,
on,
Dave.
and
Yeah.
yeah, you're doing it right.
No,
Oh,
I got
good night,
Good
Dave.
night, Dave.
Good night,
And
Dave.
yes, Max. We know you were just kidding. But so if Raquel punishes you, it's blame her. So, well, there you go. Okay, so, well, go for it, Mark.
I'll take it away.
This is
Yep.
your show.
Now I'm taking over now. I
Take
am.
over.
I
Take the
am.
con.
I am in command. Yep.
Take
So,
command.
do not change the horizontal. Do not change the
Oh
vertical.
yeah, I remember that.
There's nothing wrong with your television.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We control the horizontal. We control the vertical. Sorry.
No, that's great. No, but that's so I would just give a little background on the series. So I'm sure most of everyone in our crew and chat know what the outer limits is, but the original Outer Limits. So very famous TV show from the 60s, black and white anthology. I mean, analogous to the Twilight Zone, I'd say maybe more of a little bit a horror bent. I don't know if what you guys would think about that, but similar zeitgeist to the Twilight Zone, and some fantastic stories. Demon of the Glass Hand, that was Robert Culp was mentioned before. So
Architects of Fear.
Yeah, so just some brilliant. So if you haven't watched the original Outer Limits, how many episodes are there? That there's only 2. Was it 2 or 3 seasons of the original Outer Limits?
Original 2 seasons.
2 seasons, right? I own all the DVDs.
Not enough.
Actually.
Yeah, I have the DVDs of the
Yeah.
great show.
Yeah, so I think obviously you can still buy the Outer Limits, the original DVDs, and you can purchase them and stream them. I think it's is that a Paramount? But I'm not sure where the original Outer Limits are available. But they're still. Yeah, it was 1963, and lasted 2 seasons, 49 episodes, and it's just one of the all-time brilliant episode series. Tales of Tomorrow was the the Raquel found for us, which I didn't know about.
Precursor to it, yeah.
So that's basically what this show is. So this they in 1995 they decided to bring this series back. Twilight Zone had been brought back, and it aired in syndication, like Raquel said. And I think most of it was filmed in Canada. I think most of it, but they did have some of the
Canadian
Canadian land.
Canadian land.
Canadian land.
Yeah. And of course, the control voice is the great, God rest his soul, Kevin Conway, was the control voice. Do not change the horizontal, do not change the vertical. And I started airing on Showtime, and there was some naughty bits on that original first season. So depending on what you saw, it was when in syndication. Obviously, they had the PG episodes, but they also redid some of the original episodes. Leslie Stevens, a program consultant, Joe Stefano, who was the head writer.
They both worked on the original,
Yeah. Feasibility study. They remade it for this series. There's stories by Harlan Ellison, Richard Matheson, Larry Niven, Stephen King, George R.R. Martin when he finished stuff, and James Patrick Kelly. So just great classic sci-fi. So there's 7 seasons, and they're all available on let's see, I think it's the Roku channel. So I'll put the link in.
What's funny is that when this was out, because I'm from Canada, everyone at home should know that when this was on, at the same time, Earth Final Conflict was on. And I believe it was also being filmed in Canada.
Yeah.
And so was Andromeda. So it's like when you turned on, I think the channel was called Space at that time, but it was they changed the name of it, and
Yeah.
there have been numerous science fiction channels in Canada. But yeah, Andromeda was on at this exact same time, and so was Earth Final Conflict. And of course, everyone knows I'm a massive Earth Final Conflict fan, just huge. And no one wants to watch that with me.
I didn't say I wouldn't.
Oh,
I
we'll watch it. Yeah.
We'll watch it with you.
I've watched a bunch of Earth Final Conflict actually too. Yep.
Whenever
Kevin Sorbo.
I'm
Hercules.
looking
Minimus likes it.
for writing, I watch Earth Final Conflict. It makes me feel so satisfied.
That's good.
I
stuff.
just
That's good.
I love it. Like
I
it
did
puts me in
enjoy
a
it.
like I can't read another book like it when I'm writing because I don't want my ideas to be reflected or influenced by what I'm reading. So when I'm looking for inspiration and I need that jolt, I go to Earth Final Conflict, and I just feel
Nice.
Gene Roddenberry there, and it makes me feel so inspired to write. Anyway, sorry.
Nice. No. Excellent.
Very good. Very good. Yeah. So it was a good time for sci-fi back then, and
It was.
the new Twilight Zone was also had some good stuff too. I thought, and then you had Hercules and Xena. I know that's not sci-fi, but you had all those syndicated shows. TNG, of course, was syndicated. So I just put some links in. Yeah, the Roku channel, you can watch it for free. I don't know if you get that up in Canadian land, Raquel. Probably not.
No, I was blocked from it.
Ouchies. And I put in the some of the information on the series. So there is a wiki. It's a relatively, I guess, an obscure series. I don't know if they didn't even release all the DVDs for this set. They had like packages where they did like
There were a lot of
Aliens
seasons.
Among Us. Yeah. But I don't think they finally released years later. Okay, yeah, that's right. Then they did finally release it because I did buy I think the first season years ago in 2010. But it's like an obscure series. I don't think we're gonna get it on HD. It was on Hulu for a while, and then it went to I think it's still on Amazon. You have to buy them. And Wagner's reminded me there were naughty bits on seasons 1 through 6. Why am I forgetting that? Yeah, that's true. Season 7 went to the Sci-Fi Channel to finish up. So that's just a little primer on the series, because hopefully we'll do a few more episodes from this show. Not all 152, but it's an anthology, so some of them are actually tied together. Where they have reoccurring characters, not always in the same season. But they did really a nice job with it. And some of the end of the season episodes, they had like an anthology show at the end, which was like a clip show. They would do that sometimes and tie different episodes together. So I've got the slideshow going for this episode. So this episode always stuck with me. Now I got to do some spoilers, otherwise the episode, it's tough to talk about. When we give like the main spoiler, if you still want to watch it, I'll give a warning, and for 10 seconds or whatever, then we'll
give Mark a heads up if you're in the chat right now and you've never heard of this particular version of Outer Limits and you would like to watch it, because we can protect you if you want. We do that around here because that happens to us a lot. People come to us and say, oh, well, I've never heard of this. I want to watch it with you folks. So if you need that, Mark will give you your warning. Okay.
Yeah. Because there's only the one, it's the main crux of the story. There's a massive spoiler at the end. So if you want me to warn you, we'll do something. We'll talk about it for like 30 seconds and get back to, just discussing the episode. But you kind of got to reveal that or talk about that to talk about the episode. But as we're going through the slideshow, the setup is, of course, it's a half pint from Little House on the Prairie, Melissa Gilbert, who's all grown up and is a cute, very cute redhead.
And at the time, married to Bruce Bossleiner.
Yeah, so we got a Babylon 5, another spaceship captain.
She was on Babylon 5.
Yeah, and then she married Timothy Busler, or the guy from 30-something.
Buzzfield.
Buzzfield. Yeah, after that, yeah.
She married another ginger.
Yeah, she married another ginger. Yeah, yeah. So I don't think there's anyone else
Hey,
recognizable.
I'm
in
a
this set.
ginger who married another ginger.
I didn't think that was legal.
Hey,
That's in Canada. Oh,
So I'm reading.
hey,
Uh,
guys.
hey, I love ginger. What are you talking about? Just asking.
Yeah.
Actually, Eric O'Sullivan just taught me about Skyboy, who looks just like my husband. He looks identical to my husband.
Skyboy.
Wow.
Yeah, like he has the big ginger beard and the ginger hair. He has the exact same haircut, mustache, and beard as my husband. Crazy. Anyway.
Wow.
Oh, Could Not Give Me Reach says this. Was this spicy as perversions of science? I don't know what that is, but it did get pretty spicy, especially that Alyssa Milano episode in the first episode with the female robot, Victoria, I think it was Victoria 32, or was pretty spicy, but it kind of fit in the episodes when they did it. But yeah, it's New Breed was good with John Boy. So there's been some great episodes on this show. But so this one's called Relativity Theory. It aired February 27th, 1998. I
You're
might
forgetting
not.
something.
What's that?
You're at least supposed to try to say you were about to experience the awe and mystery that reaches from the inner mind to the outer limits. No.
Well, you just
Please
did,
stand
so
by.
Sorry.
Do not adjust the horizontal. Do not adjust the vertical. Yeah.
Yeah, no
that's like
adjusting in public. I understand that some people need to adjust, but don't adjust in public. No, I thought it was Skyboy. It's Starboy Gwagnar. Okay, I'm just learning about it. It's what is it? Tom Kellor.
That star for the Legion. What about it? What about Tom Keller?
That's what my husband looks like.
Does he?
Oh, okay. There you go.
Like
He must
identical.
mean he means the one because Tom Keller later had a beard. I'll show him to you.
He looks identical to my husband. It's crazy. Anyway.
Okay. So Max says Raquel is a ginger and a Canadian. Oh my God. Yep. So so this episode aired on February 27th, 1998. Was written by Carlton Eastlake, directed by Ken Girardi, and the link is in there if you want to follow along on the wiki. So the setup is biologist Teresa Janovich is a civilian among military men traveling on the resource survey vehicle Cortez to Tamagama Prime in search of minerals from an Earth that has squandered its own. So they do set this up that apparently the ship, they don't say if it's faster than light drive, but they can set up a warp field or not what's the a wormhole. A wormhole. It looks like a wormhole, basically, as they travel. So they're quite advanced, but the premise is they're basically a scouting mining ship, and then I guess they're going to call in the Red Dwarf to mine the planet. And they've got it's quote unquote a civilian operation.
Would you like any toast? Sorry, go ahead.
Would you like any toast? Yeah. So it's a civilian operation with, I guess military people there to supervise or protect the the geologists and the scientists. So here's the one of the opening lines there. Clip.
When we have conquered interstellar space, what will we gain? A new perspective on ourselves, or only a wider scope for our arrogance?
So that's that classic setup there that the Outer Limits always has, kind of previewing the mortality tale there. And so the setup is, they're setting up the mining ship. And then initially it says, I'll just read from the wiki, but it says initial signs indicate that Tamagama Prime is both uninhabited and rich in mineral resources, which could mean $1 million payday for the crew and the company that owns the Cortez. But on the first exploration, the crew was attacked by gigantic and apparently primitive aliens. After initial casualties, command of the mission, technically by regulations, falls to Janovich, who favors further investigation and non-aggressive approach towards the aliens. It may be possible to either reach some accommodation with the aliens or find an area of the planet where they do not live to extract resources. So basically what happens, the commander of the mission is pretty level-headed level-headed commander who's in charge, and he kind of knows what's what. He knows that this corporation is really out for the profit and for the money, and he's not as naive as the Melissa Gilbert Janovich, the biologist here. So as he says a couple of the quotes, he says, areas of expeditions are supposed to be controlled by civilians, so the environment gets protected. But I think this is more of a military, right? So it's that that this military is there, but really, what's is it a this is really not the Federation for the United Federation of Planets you're dealing with. So here's one of the lines from the captain.
Congratulations. Telling reassuring lies is one of the requirements of leadership, even if they didn't buy it.
Yeah, so they're all there, they're all there for the money, and she's the the wide-eyed biologist from Earth, and they say basically the planet hasn't been, Earth has been polluted, and I'll get into some of the issues I do have with the episode, but that's the setup here, that she's basically, to simplify it, maybe someone who's more adheres to the principles of the Federation, and these military types are the corporate, they're the corporate, they're paramount, or they're the the evil corporation. She says, we can't keep strip mining Earth type planets. There aren't that many of them. And the commander says, I hope you're right. But then the S hits the fan, basically, as these aliens attack. And she's overpowered by her crew, Sergeant Adam Sears. So he's the big bad of this episode. The military, gung-ho guy. Veteran of pacification missions on Earth, who favors annihilation of the new race. And Corporal Charles Pendleton, the crew, who was impatient with the idea of negotiating with the alien quote-unquote savages after they'd been responsible for killing members of their crew, and greedy to claim the reward for finding a planet so rich in resources. So yeah, right off the bat, one of their crew members gets killed in a wooden trap that looks like it's made to capture animals or hunting, not necessarily to take the crew out. They don't know the crew is here, I'm sure, landed here in their spaceship. So they say, despite her protests, Sears essentially mutinies against Janovich and leads a patrol that hunts down and kills the aliens. In the process, seizing a golden object that appears to be a religious totem, knowing his actions will not be held against him if Earth profits from the planet resources. So basically, he knows that even though he's kind of breaking the laws and the rules, it sounds like he's done this before. And even though he knows that if he can bring back the money, so to speak, or bring back the planet, resources on the planet, or tell Earth what's here, he's going to be so rewarded. And he so much as tells the biologist, hey, let's just get along here. You smile for me, or you pat my hand, I'll pat yours. And he kind of infers something else maybe in the dialogue, but he he's basically willing to overlook her protests and his mutiny, and her trying to control what happened with the mission. So it was a real nice conflict that's set up there between an altruistic person and someone who's just greedy, basically. So now I kind of got to go into the spoilers. So I don't know if there's anyone that really wants to know what if you don't want to know what happens in the third part of the episode, let me know, and we'll give you a warning. But if you don't care, I'm going to go ahead and give a few spoilers here, because it can't really discuss the episode without that. So we got the spoilers banner up somewhere here, right?
I'll get it.
Yeah, if you want to get a spoilers up, but just so we don't ruin the episode for anyone. So so they've got that religious totem, and they said, oh, it's just gold, we can sell this, or just melt it down. It's probably not worth anything as an artifact. And but the biologist, of course, acting as a scientist, like McCoy would, right, examines it, and she's examining the aliens too. And what happens, one of the aliens starts to regenerate, they have a healing factor, obviously. So one of the aliens comes back to life, and it's still very damaged, but she realizes that the alien is just asking for water. It's not there to, it's almost like the Horta. It's not there to kill her. It's there. It's just on the planet. It's native to the planet. That's what she thinks at this moment. So she gives the alien the water. And of course, it's a scary looking monster, as you can see from the. Let's see what part we're in the slideshow, but it's a scary, typical scary, monster of the week alien. And she gives the alien some water and realizes, well, maybe, they're not that bad. And initially, she'd been arguing that, all along, like possibly the crew shot first, not which is what happened in the episode. It wasn't the aliens who attacked. It was the crew. Crew started one of the soldier after the other person got killed started to shoot. So they actually didn't initiate it. Of course, that was a tragic accident with the trap that had been set up, but it wasn't meant to, kill that crew member specifically. So as she's leaving the ship, she confronts, Sears and the rest of the crew and says, just let us go, and I'll wait for the next, resupply ship. And of course, they knock the gun out of her. The trope, she gets too close, and they knock the gun out of her and take her back aboard the ship. And that's when they and the Sears, he just point blank shoots the alien, right there, instead of taking the alien back on the ship. Or he's just, oh, they're just savages. We're just gonna kill this alien. They have no real intelligence. So the Janovich, she realizes that the big takeaway is that the aliens, she realizes, are young kids because their brains, the cranial, what's the correct term, hasn't sealed, so you can tell that, or your skull, as you age, your bones fuse, and they know that they're actually kids. They're young. They're young. The aliens are young kids. So unfortunately, she realizes too late. She said, I should have known that. Excuse me. So I'm trying to find the quote here, but yeah. So she's doing the science, and she figures that out, and then she realizes that this totem that they're praying to is actually a homing beacon or a distress call. So then she's like, we got to get this off the ship. So right away they realize what's happening, and she said, someone's going to come here to, that's going to find this out, and we've just killed everyone, unfortunately. So let me see, I've got a couple of clips I can play here. Let's see, let me grab one of these to play. Let's see here.
Don't you get it? Their cranial sutures weren't closed. If they were human, they would have been between 10 and 15 years old.
So their cranial sutures have not been closed.
The victims you killed didn't come from here. That's why we didn't see signs of settlements.
Yeah, so there's no signs of settlements. Let's see.
You killed a bunch of Boy Scouts on a camping trip.
So that's the big takeaway from the episode, the big flip there, and that's what always stuck me. Of course, I'm a scout leader. I was a Eagle Scout and Boy Scout growing up, so you can imagine what this crew, not obviously adhering to anything like the Federation, where they just all they care about is money. So yeah, here's another clip.
It's trying to download where we came from. It's looking for Earth.
Yeah, so it's looking for Earth, and then they realize that what's happening is that was actually Doug Jones as the main alien there. You probably can't can't tell, but that's a great Doug Jones in there, and under all that makeup. So they realize this alien race is just so much more advanced than we are at this point. So they're actually able to fire the probe through the wormhole, and they probe the ship, and they find out that everyone, everyone is dead, unfortunately. So there's no one left. So unfortunately, yeah, if there's at least, as they had said, if at least there's one, one person, one person left, maybe if one would have lived, maybe they might have been able to, talk to the aliens because they're obviously so advanced.
Mm-hmm.
If one of them had lived, we would have made
Yep. So they don't make it, but I like her character because she's smart enough to realize, we're not going to be, they want to get off the planet and escape. Like we're not going anywhere. They're so advanced. So unfortunately, then they find out where where Earth is, and here's the end of the episode.
Indeed, it can be as simple and as deadly as a two-edged sword.
Yeah, so that they know that they keep talking about in the episode they're talking about survival of the fittest, but does it so they're basically practicing that, it's just survival of the fittest, but it gets turned.
Cultural relativity. It doesn't need to be a complicated theory.
So I had to split that end scene up. I don't want to keep the clips too long, but yeah. So they realize, we're, Sears is I'm the, we're the tough ass soldiers, and nothing's gonna, these aliens can't do anything to us. They're completely primitive. We don't care about the natives, and it turns out, well, there's someone much bigger, powerful, and stronger out there. And guess what? You just wiped out all their kids. You can imagine this is maybe a Boy Scout, or in a way, or maybe a rite of passage. They put these aliens on the planet as 15-year-olds or 20. You don't know what their ages are, but as young people.
Yeah,
you've got to survive there for a month or whatever. That could be one of their rites of passage, and we would just give you this. If someone gets hurt or something, here's a beacon. Obviously they didn't. Plan on having another alien ship stand up, come out there. Although, of course, I would have thought that maybe they would have left the ship in orbit, but yeah, there's no intelligent life. So I just really love this episode. It always stuck with me. I mean, there's some of the problems with it, minor things. I think the crew didn't really work together well. The soldiers, I guess it was part of it, were supposed to not be a coherent unit, and there's a couple of things like they could have, plot points. They should have gone back to the ship at night when they've been attacked. They should have, buttoned up. And especially they said the ship, they tried to explain a lot of these things, like the ship was way too far away to get back to. But then in, 2 minutes in the show, they're back to the ship. So it should have been like a half hour, if you had if this was a movie or something, you would have expanded that scene. That really makes sense. And some of the tech too looks hokey. They're on a budget here, and it's each show a week. So their armor outfit doesn't.
For 2 eggs.
Sure,
yeah. I'm so sorry, but I have to say good night to JT Cook.
Good night.
Good night, JT. Yeah.
Good night, JT.
Rock.
JT Kirk.
Yeah, so I thought some of the some of the sets, the planet looks just like Earth, and of course the biologist explains that, well, natural selection, you would have an Earth type planet, that's how it would evolve. So which is nice. I think they did try to answer some of the things you would say, about the episode. The armor would have looked maybe more like Starship Troopers if you've read that book, or a suit. But I thought they did a nice job with the ship. The bridge, obviously, an homage to the Enterprise just a tiny bit. They had some nice holograms as she's inspecting the alien bodies. But I just love that flip. It's not obviously not a perfect episode, but it did remind me of an anti-Star Trek episode in some ways, like an anti, Galileo 7 or Devil in the Dark. Nowhere near as good as those episodes, obviously, but it did have a grain of that opposite spirit where you're encountering something alien and you're just gonna try to kill it, but you've got the one crew member who is the person with a heart, and actually that would have saved not only their ship but also the Earth. So in the end, you just can envision the Earth is being destroyed by these aliens, or who knows what happened. But they're so far advanced. They probably you can imagine that they wiped out the planet. So I just really love this episode, and something when it's TV series, when it sticks with you, you can remember it, years later.
Mhm.
Watching most of these episodes,
Oh, yeah.
that's one that always always stuck with me. So I give it an A. There's probably there are some definite flaws in it, but I just love that spirit, and of course, then the one person who you really empathize with, that person turned out to be right, and I can picture her being on the crew of the Enterprise, maybe, but not all these other maybe the captain, the leader. I guess the captain, he seemed pretty level-headed, but yeah, these other people just went along with their greed, and look what it cost them. So but you got the chance to watch this, Clobbering Times, and Raquel
I
obviously
did.
did out of order. Yep. So what did
Yeah.
you
Well,
I've
number
been
one,
pontificating for a long time. I hope it was okay.
Okay. You're passionate about it, dude, and I can relate to it. So number one, did you?
I did
The
watch this. I did
ladies
watch
first.
this, but it was blocked in my country, so I
Mhm.
wound up watching it on Vimeo, I think it's called, and I watched it in 380. I always mess up. Is it 320 or 380? Anyway, I watched it in
Low res.
380, which is horrible, because you can't see anything and it's complete and utter trash. What I can say is that I think these stories have aged well.
Yeah.
They are rapid fire. So they're a lot like Tales of Tomorrow, where you can't really judge them when they have a lower quality of performance or glaring flaws. And the reason being is because the ideas are the focus, not the production. And certainly conveying those ideas and so often, so frequently is difficult to do. So the Outer Limits gets the new Outer Limits gets a big old pass from me, just all the way around. I mean, some of the episodes are super campy. Like, do you remember the Bridges guy? What's the
Bo Bridges.
Bo Bridges.
Bo Bridges,
There's only
and the
one I
one
know
with the what is it? The Were they little spiders? Anyways, he do you remember how he grows like the sand farm of them, and then they work out to be intelligent, and they build like a tomb in the sand pit, and yeah, so that one's a little over, like, I think it's melodramatic, but once again, like, just for me, I think the entire Outer Limits, 1995 to, I think, what is it, 2002? It just gets a pass
Yep,
from me.
2002.
I like all of it, because of course this is what I adore. And everyone knows that I love B-grade science fiction. So what other people would laugh at and probably call campy and unwatchable and perhaps even garish, I love. So this isn't quite as good as the original Outer Limits, but I like all of it. I do. I like all of it. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I like
Don't be
all of
sorry.
it, and I'm not sorry.
Yeah, don't be sorry. Why would
Yeah, don't be
Sand Kings! Yes, the Tetrarch of Apathy.
Sand
So
King.
apathetic.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I have not
and that's-
watched that in
And that's
like
based on a good.
nope.
Well, it's one of the episodes. One of the episodes.
No, Sand
That's
Kings
the
is based on
episode.
the science fiction novel, isn't it?
Yeah.
So there you go. Good.
So what did you think? Oh yeah, it's George R.R. Martin. Yeah. What do you think of the episode, Raquel? Then
I like
particular
this
episode.
one, but I can't get super passionate about it and start taking it apart and evaluating it, because it is incredibly difficult to watch this in 380. Like, you don't even enjoy yourself. Like, it's just moving blobs.
Well, the next one I'll have to enable you to
Yeah, because it's
watch
blocked
it.
in
So
my
even yeah, because it's black. But even
Yeah.
the version that I have off the DVDs aren't great. They're DVDs, but they're
Mhm.
still watchable. And of course, if you watch on a smaller TV, too, it's
Yeah, well, I
you know,
had to
a
watch
little
it on
bit
my
easier.
laptop and it sucked. So
Sucks, sorry.
I would have liked to
But
have.
did you like the Sarah Gilbert character, I guess?
Of
Or
course, I love her.
yeah, yeah.
That's Half Pint.
I
That's Little
find,
House
yeah.
on the Prairie. Like that's the 70s and part of the
Yeah.
80s, I think. But I of course I just I think is a terrific a thing. I love the Outer Limits. I wish it wouldn't. I wish it was still going today. You know
Yeah.
how I feel about these very very like it's almost like flash fiction. It happens in a flash, and you focus on the idea, not on anything else. And so
Yeah.
it's a lot of fun. I don't think it's as good as the original Outer Limits. The original Outer Limits is something that is like a piece of art. Like it's
Yeah.
yeah, like that's a masterwork
Love
of cinema. I consider it cinema, and I think it's gorgeous. But The Outer Limits in 1995 to I think 2002 is good. I just like all of it. And I would have it running on the TV 24/7. But I'm like that with Tales of Tomorrow. You know this about me. I love this stuff. It's
For
good
sure,
stuff.
yeah. But do you get
Hey,
that Star Trek vibe that I kinda got or some of it
No, but
no,
that's
okay.
also because I see other people in this, like when
Okay.
like Stephen Hawking and others, intellectuals who sort of say, okay, so when we reach out, what's going to reach back, and how
Mhm.
is it going to reach back,
Yeah.
and it's also sort of important, I think, to send a message that you have to be careful of the lens. If you apply a human lens to your experiences, how wrong you can be. And I think that's the overall that's the most important message, I think, in this particular episode is don't apply a human lens to your summation of certain behaviors. And certainly the biologist should have been consulted. It should have been a Diane Fossey, Jane Goodall sort of thing,
Yeah.
and we should have looked at it from a more scientific lens. And certainly to find out that these are kids that are camping out on their neighborhood planet, having a great time, and then in the end, they wind up, going to Earth to murder Earthlings because Earthlings are savages.
Yeah.
It's nice. I mean, it's a nice play on these thoughts, right? And it's good stuff.
Yep. I agree. Yep. Yeah. So and then
Yeah, Dust
Clobbering
is
Times.
really good, Kay Roberts. I tell everyone to
Hey, Kay
watch
Roberts.
Dust.
Kay
Go
Roberts,
watch
yep.
Dust. I love all that stuff. Kay Roberts, it's like I wish we had all that stuff back. I'm on TV now. I'm on the streaming, and I don't watch television. But when I was watching television, I was only watching that Space Network, and then I think it turned into something else. I would need to ask Gwag what it is because Gwag is actually where I'm from. But I think it was like sci-fi. There was a sci-fi channel, and there was another channel that was also science fiction, and so when I was watching television, that's what I would turn on. It's either that or like PBS. I'm Nova is like a drug for me. And CTV sci-fi, exactly, Gwag. And so I wish this was running in our lives at all times. And now that I have to do this with the streaming, I'm doing it through Tubi. I'm like millions of people. I'm watching all of the old stuff instead of watching the new stuff because the new stuff is shite. And the old stuff is just great. But this Outer Limits stuff, it's like you can't get this in Canada. You get blocked from it. You have to buy it. Ask Gwag. I
Wow.
like
It was
I
made in
received a
Canada.
physical block trying to watch this one. I think there are 2 seasons of the Outer Limits that are available in Canada that are free on Tubi, but you have to pay for them. You have to pay for them now.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And what do you think of a Clobbering Times?
Thought it was very good. Good. What?
Well, I was gonna say, had you seen any of this new Outer Limits before? Or this
Yeah, I've
first
seen a
time you
few
watched
in
this
there.
a few of them.
I caught a few back when they were first
Yeah.
on, the older ones. I mean, I had that snobbery of it. It's not the original, so I'm not that interested. But back then, like a lot of everybody else, I had cable, and it was always on at some point. Back when you just flipping stuff like that.
Yep, you catch it. Yeah.
And I would see that.
Larry.
I'd flip it here and there, and some once in a while. And this one, but one of the things that interests me about I found interesting. Now it does have all that '90s Hollywood environmental wacko drivel.
Yep.
A lot of similar environmentalist messaging and crap. But it's interesting that I wonder this is, James Cameron was sued for ripping off from Outer Limits before for Terminator. Did he rip this off for Avatar?
Yeah, I got an Avatar vibe on this one too.
Yeah, I was getting an Avatar vibe as well.
Elements
That's a good call.
of this are an Avatar,
right?
Not the whole shooting match, of course, but then not all of Clay Thomas and hello there. I mean, not just for example, like the way he ripped off for Terminator, the episode Soldier, is not 1 zillion percent exactly like Terminator, but you can see where he kind of got some of the ideas from it. So this is, let's see, you're of course the Innocent Aliens, the Evil Rotten Military, all that's from they put in Avatar, all the Viro stuff, and all. I'm going, James Cameron watched a lot of Outer Limits. That's saying.
A great connection, Clobby. That you're doing some comparative literature strategy. You're using comparative literature strategies right now. How things are similar, how things are different. Yeah. Good call. Good call.
I don't like to be that guy, but he has done it before, and it was Outer Limits before. So then they got and Harlan Ellison sued his ass and for $1, right? Wasn't it? Traditionally, famously, it was like for $1.
Yeah, and he got his name in the credits of Terminator.
Terminator.
Well, like if it's your idea, like people need to realize too that's why I know everyone's eyes glaze over when I start talking about what science fiction is and what science fiction does. But it's really important because people like Harlan Ellison, people like me, people like Andy Weir, we sit around and we think of these ideas, and then it's not like any other genre. Then you're not sitting around waiting for a 1,500-page book. It really does happen in these short stories. And then typically sci-fi fans want it in celluloid, so it goes to television or it goes to film. And so you should honor the people who are feeding you all of those ideas, right? You can't just steal their ideas or use or borrow their ideas and make it seem like, they're your own.
That's true. Tetrock, Incredible Hulk comic, did rip off Harlan Ellison. He went after Marvel about it too.
Oh, he did go after Marvel too.
And then later he got they got credit in one of the Marvel books, and he also ended up actually writing a DC like a Batman story for one point because he was a big comics guy. So anyway, yeah, it was very interesting, and again, one of my questions were the trap at the beginning that killed the woman.
Mm-hmm.
Who did that?
Yeah, they don't explain it.
Well, I think that was the kids as scouts. You learned to make.
They were just making trap. Okay, they were making trap.
Well, I accept
for hunting.
That's fair enough. No, I just wasn't sure because they never.
Now today they don't teach you that in scouts to make a figure 4 trap.
Well, these are alien scouts, so they can.
Yeah, they can do whatever they want, Mark.
Yeah, so there.
Yeah, the wilderness survival used to be. Yeah, they used to give you a pound of hamburger meat in one match. And make you go stay overnight. And I guess some kids got sick probably, so they stopped doing. It's not as hardcore as it used to be. But
so it's an excellent story, and it has the typical kick in the pants ending that Outer Limits have to have, or Twilight's on either one. And that's one of the things that people appreciate about both shows, because the shows are one of them is pure science fiction, which Outer Limits was always about science fiction. Twilight Zone messed around with the paranormal, the psychological thriller and dramas, and different, even humor sometimes a little bit, and science fiction. So Twilight Zone was a bit broader, whereas Tales of Tomorrow or for the most part was supposed to be science fiction, and Outer Limits was always science fiction. So that's, other than that, they're very kindred shows. And you always, one thing that they shared in common, the two shows, Outer Limits and Twilight Zone, back then, and I guess now, was there was always going to be that, when you're watching it, after you've watched it for a while, you're waiting for some kind of punch in the face at the end, if you will.
Yeah.
And this one had a pretty good one. It was So
Wagner, I don't know why, honey, but one thing I'm going to say is that I love you being here. Like the fact that, or very early on in my days in podcasting, I encountered a lot of folks who were like, "Oh no, you can get that here," and "Oh no, you can get that here," and I really love that you never pretend that we can get that here. I love that. I love that about you. You're just honest. I love you so much. Yes. I don't understand it either. And
Yeah.
what's worse is not only do we only get 2 seasons of it, and it is 2 and 4, thank you. But it's also the fact that I don't understand the block. Have you seen the block? So if somebody sends it to you and you try to watch it, it's actually blocked. So I don't understand. The show is Canadian, right? Like, I don't get
Yeah.
it. This is Canadian content, so I'm not sure I understand it, but it does piss me off, Gwagner. Because I don't want to buy the Outer Limits. Do you, Gwag? Like,
Well,
I
Wagner
don't.
bought it. He's got all
Oh,
7
Gwag
seasons
has
on
it.
DVD.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
that's
yeah.
why you got to
Well,
buy physical media if you.
you
I
do.
only have the first season, but things are disappearing now too, and who knows how they might censor some
Well,
of
they
these episodes or.
and they take shit off on streaming live. Did you know that I'm one of the Blake 7 groups I was in? I have watched I have mod one on Facebook, but one of them somebody posted something to where they took it off of BritBox, and I'm like, oh crap! Did they? But they didn't here. But they took it off. Apparently, they're saying, I don't know if it's true or not, but someone said in the groups that they took it off in UK or whatever. Now it's
Yeah,
not
but
off here yet.
no,
Now they
but
got it before us.
I think what's happening is that the corporations are now starting to look at their numbers, and I think they're realizing. Well, I don't think I know because I'm reading about it every day. But behind the scenes, I would surmise that what has happened is that they're in triage, and they now understand that overwhelmingly people are not watching the new shows, they're watching all of the old shows, and that's going to assign a new value to those old shows, and they're going to screw us somehow with these old shows because it's all anyone's watching. And now the mainstream media is starting to talk about it. They're starting to talk about the fact that when people flip on their streaming, they're flipping on Pluto, they're flipping on Tubi, and they're watching the old stuff.
Yeah, it's very, very
We're
popular.
going to get screwed. They're going to find a way of making it so that we can't watch it. We're going to get screwed. You'll see.
Well, you can use a VPN, but sometimes, as Larry saying, sometimes they know what VPN you're using. I've had that problem, but
Yeah.
that's one way to do it. But yeah, and these classic old shows. I mean, sometimes it's fun, just to put on, Tubi, and I don't do it often enough, but just watch, like Simon and Simon or Magnum PI or
Yeah.
the old days, when you used to flip around the TV, like Clobber Time said, Outer Limits would be on, or Hercules or Xena, or some of the Roddenberry shows, and you just kind of fall into it and start watching All in the Family, Sanford and Son, some of the classics, and Star Trek, obviously, but you just flip onto it and
Yeah.
you just start watching. But now, with streaming, you kind of don't do that as much. But that's why I think, you're saying, and I've heard that too, 100%, the Tubi and those old shows that cater to, or Me TV, or where you
Yeah.
could just put on the old shows. People love being able to watch that again. Brings back good memories, and they're good classic shows.
And the kids are
Especially,
getting a hold of me now and saying, hey, what did you think of this? Do you have any suggestions? The kids
it's
want
good
it
to hear.
now.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm saying kids, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Some of us, some of you have kids that are in their 20s, and some of you, like me,
Yeah.
I have kids in 30s.
Me too.
And so it's like they're saying, hey, like, what do you think of this? Or, hey, I watched this. This was great. And and just knowing these corporations, they're going to try and find a way to smother that. With the VPN thing, the thing that I used to like about Netflix, like, my husband and I started with Netflix when it was a vending machine. So you
The
go over to the
DVDs,
vending,
right?
you go over to the vending machine, you take out a movie,
Yeah.
and then you return it, right? And so, but the thing that I liked about the VPN with the Netflix is I can honestly tell you 1000%, Irish Netflix was the best version of Netflix if you were a geek or you were a nerd. I have never in my life witnessed such a wide variety of quality science fiction. And so whenever we were on Netflix and we put the Irish Netflix VPN in, we were enjoying ourselves. Like, we would have paid any money you you could ask of us and we would have kept it. But these corporations, it's like the people who work on their comms teams and the people who work on their marketing teams, it's like they're morons. Like, it's like their brain is broken. They don't understand that if you give us what we want, we'll give you whatever money you want. Like, look at some of us right before a coaxial cable started falling apart. Some of us were up to $300 and $400 a month on cable. Like, we'll watch, we'll pay. But they'll find a way to screw us. Just you wait. Now that normal people and average mainstream people and young people now are all watching the old shows, they're going to pull them all and they're going to screw them. They're going to mess with them and they're going to screw them.
Well,
Mark my words.
they'll charge you for them. Yeah.
Yeah. Or mess with them, cut them all up and make the different versions of them so that there are things missing. And yeah, it's going to be terrible. It's going to be terrible.
Well, yeah, because I was just reorganizing my DVD collections, and apologies to my better half because I had the DVDs. You know, you watch movies, you don't put them back, and I have a special a DVD organizer that keeps the disc all vertical, so you don't use the cases, but you can store like 100 DVDs vertical in a small spot. But you watch one, you don't put it back, you don't take it out. You have them lying around. So I was trying to organize everything. But then I'm, finding, what disc is missing here, but it's just great to have, that physical media. Cause if, as they change things or, Amazon Prime added commercials now, to their service. So you can't, you can't watch things without a commercial now. Yeah. They added,
I watched it today, didn't see one.
Well, I don't know how you got away with that, but, yeah, they have commercials now on
Watch Blake 7 today on there.
Well, maybe it's just their maybe it's their like I was watching some of their newer shows, the Amazon Prime exclusive, like
maybe BritBox don't have it or something.
Oh, BritBox no, BritBox.
But it is Amazon Prime. BritBox.
It was through Amazon, yeah, but it was through there. It's all of a sudden
didn't do it when I watched Richard Reacher a couple months ago, whatever it was. But
but now they did. Now next time you watch Reacher, you're gonna have commercials. Only like 3 or 4, but it was
in the middle of the thing. Oh, come on!
I hate that. They had commercials in the beginning.
But commercials are needed. Without commercials, this whole thing doesn't work. It is
I know, but
central to the comms design. That's what happened with radio. That's what happened with TV. I mean, RCA is they're the company. The CEO of RCA, the CEO, he is the one who led the charge for television. It's like they realized that they could make radios, that people would buy radios if there was entertainment on it. And so they basically turned it in to like the Sears catalog. If you wanted to buy things and they enticed you to read the Sears catalog by giving you delicious and wonderful stories to listen to. And then RCA said, look, we're going to do the same thing with this television thing. We're going to put a television in every single home. And what we're going to do it, we're going to model it the same way we did with the radio, where this is just a vehicle for commercials. And it's the same thing with newspapers. It's the same thing with magazines. And I know people hate commercials, but if you understood things from my side as a communications and technology scholar, you would know that corporations are incredibly greedy. This is the only way they know how to work the mechanism. And when they have commercials and they're making you, imbibe these commercials, they feel like they're getting enough money that they can make the good shows. And then that forces them into competition with other channels and networks to make better and better shows, higher and higher quality shows. The thing is that they got greedy at the end of coax life, and they started making you watch way too many commercials to the point where a show would be abbreviated to like 17 minutes and the show would be an hour long because all the rest of it was commercials. And so people revolted. But the thing is that streaming is the reason why this is happening, because they don't know how they're going to get us back watching commercials and how they're going to get all that money out of us again. I just wish it could go back to the way it was during the times of Tales of Tomorrow, where when you watched a commercial, the commercial was so respectful and so tastefully done that you enjoyed watching the commercial and you realized the exchange. You understood the relationship of imbibing that commercial so that you could get this quote unquote free show. And initially you did. 4 channels were free, right? So
Yep.
we'll see what they do, but the most important thing here is that they have noticed a pattern. A pattern has been emerging in this post-streaming world where now they have to figure out how they can rebuild this. Do they go back to the old model, the Sears catalog, the same thing they used in television and radio and newspapers and magazines? Do they go back to that, something that they know, or are they going to make something new? And so for me, just make the commercials nice again. Just I'll watch. I'll pay and I'll watch. Just make it nice again, please, because it sucks right now.
Well, Amazon's actually getting sued because people paid for Prime, and they were, quote unquote, promised, commercial-free streaming, and now they they added this, added the commercials now, so they're getting, getting sued. So I was watching Jack Ryan, and that's the first time I saw the commercials. But that's the way cable TV started too. They said we're never going to see commercials, and you're right, Raquel. Yeah,
It's
soon enough. Other
yeah,
than
it's a
like an
game they
HBO
play,
or
right?
movie channel, yeah. Then
Yeah.
there were no commercials in the beginning of cable TV, and then they wised up. And yeah, you don't mind paying, paying for things, but people are so used to just having streaming for free.
But nothing is for free. And don't you think it's crazy that I said all of this like 4 years ago and everyone hated me for saying it? I got called the nastiest names, but it's because the general public doesn't realize that. Like when you tell someone about radio, the first thing they're thinking of is, oh no, radio is made for music. Radio was never made for music. Radio was, let's sell radios and let's make a boatload of money on radios. And then, oh my gosh, let's monetize this. We'll give them great shows, but what we'll do is we'll set the stories up so that they have to tune in and they have to listen to all of these commercials too. And then they, like I said, RCA said, let's do that with TV. And so they did it with TV. And so when you take the advertising away, you break radio. When you take the advertising away, you break TV. And when you take the advertising away, you break newspapers and magazines. So it will really be about reinventing the wheel moving forward, unless they find a way to scam us, to screw us. And so let's see what they come up with. I mean, I talked about this for the last 4 years. I think it's going to be increasingly integrative commercials, and it's really going to be obnoxious. And I know a few years ago when I was talking about this, oh my God, did I ever get mobbed? People were so pissed off at me, but it's actually happening now. So those same people are now eating crow because it is happening. It's going to be obnoxious. And way back when I was first explaining this to people, 2, 3, and 4 years ago, I was saying, imagine you're watching like an old kung fu movie. I'll use the exact example that I used on one of the bigger shows. Imagine you're watching an old kung fu movie, and you look at a building, and on the side of the building, it will have an aged, superimposed Coca-Cola ad. It's like this is going to be retroactive. They are going to claw back their products, and they're going to have these integrated ads, and it's going to be at obnoxious levels. And a few years ago when I brought this up, people were like, oh, well, they're already doing product placement. No. I was never talking about that. I was talking about how ad aversion broke the system and how they're going to try and find out a way to extrapolate as much revenue out of these products as they possibly can. So we've moved completely away from art, and now we're into marketable products. And this is always the trade-off. How much shit are you willing to step in order to watch your show? And that's how hostile the relationship is now. Once they had streaming, it was like what happened with HBO. People bought HBO. Oh, I don't ever have to watch commercials. I'm just going to watch movies 24/7.
Yep.
They can't survive without it. What ends up happening is they don't make enough money. They don't have enough corporate money behind it. And so the shows fail because the shows are shit. And then no one wants to watch them. So it maybe if they get some money back into this, they infuse themselves with money again. Maybe the shows will start being good again, and maybe the commercials will start being good again. Because there was a time when people actually made beautiful commercials that made us smile, that made our hearts.
I'd like to buy the world of Coke.
Yeah, I'd like to buy the world of Coke, exactly. And the art form of the commercial has been lost, and now it's this, this sort of dirty thing. It's a dirty word, and this generation is in for a massive reckoning because they do not understand the relationship of consumption with typical comms, radio, television, streaming, magazines, newspapers, or even the internet. they think that that they can use the internet without commercials, and this is what the corporations want from us, right? They're greedy.
Yep.
Night, Sean. Thank you for being here.
Sean, have a good night, dude. Take care. Good to see you. And everyone go to Sean and go support Sean's new channel. We can get that link back in there.
Yeah, I didn't copy that link. I have his old channel, but I should have copied it.
Fine. Chris put it in there earlier.
I agree, Mars Monkey Max. I
Chris
agree, Mars Monkey Max, wholeheartedly. I think that the people who they put in charge they just totally screwed this relationship up, and now the whole system is broken. But I will say this, Mars Monkey Max, I am not confident that aside of obnoxious integrative commercials in all of these products, so even retroactively applied, I don't think that corporations have people with the type of skills to be able to restore that relationship so that everyone feels satisfied and gratified like they used to. It was quite a thing watching, I love Mark's example. I'd like to buy the world of Coke. While you're watching something like, 8 is Enough or something like that. People were satisfied and gratified to the point where little kids used to go to school and they would know all the lyrics from the jingles that they would hear on TV.
Yep.
And it would turn into a joke. Kids would make songs and little girls would skip to the songs that and they would be, sharing these songs from these commercials. So we can make it nice again, but I'm just not sure that the people who are currently in charge have the skill set or the will or the imagination or the talent to make that happen again. But yeah, I just think that the public needs to be educated a little bit more on that transaction and how and what's involved in the transaction of arts and entertainment. And then I just think these corporations I just have rooms full of wall-to-wall nincompoops that are finger painting in their own feces, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to fix it. Nincompoopery.
Well, we did get a great hour limits.
We did.
Yep, and I got you to go out of order. So
you're out of order.
I don't know what you would if you were going to rate it.
But there's no order anyway.
Yeah, there's no order.
There
There's a
isn't.
couple episodes that are tied together.
They're related.
Related, yeah.
They couldn't make them all at the same time. But other than that,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
like Star Trek. See, they couldn't make every episode of a season at the same time. So technically, there's a prod order, but there's no order.
Yeah, but there's a few episodes that they have reoccurring characters. But
I know you'd love that one.
yeah. But what would you
I know you
rate?
don't like
Did you rate this or have a rating?
Me?
Clobbering Times, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't. No, I didn't. Did I? Forgot. I'll
Nope.
definitely give this a solid B.
All right.
Very good. Very good. B plus even.
B plus. Okay.
Yes. Excellent.
I'm
Great.
A, B plus, and Raquel said she couldn't rate it because it was too gloopy.
He gives it an I for incomplete.
Dude, I got to get something better than 380.
You would at least give it a B, I'm sure, right? Yeah.
Oh, just for the story alone, but you got to
Yeah.
realize, like, it doesn't take much for me if the idea is there, and what it's doing is it's opening up your cranium and applying a little feather to your brain. I mean, this is good stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
we need way more of this everywhere so that people can start, their brains can start working again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the presentation must have been pretty bad because you usually don't mind that much about.
I don't.
You don't mind that much. It must have been really, really bad. Yeah.
For me, just as things were presented, especially in this sort of, in this deliberately taught environment, like it's definitely an A- for me. I
Yeah.
might even give it an A. Because like I said, I really like the Outer Limits, and you already know how I feel about short fiction forms.
Yeah.
Expanding flash fiction into a story for television, or condensing a novelette or a novella or a short story. I mean, I think that this is one of the most beautiful ways that human beings communicate ideas, and we don't have it anymore because we don't have magazines or newspapers, and that's how people used to get this, right? You get your story in a newspaper or magazine. Somebody would read it. It gets all over the place. You get on the bus to go somewhere, and the newspaper's there, and somebody reads it, or somebody's left it in a laundromat, or somebody's left it on the desk or in the lunchroom at work. These stories had an evergreen quality to them, and then pretty soon someone would pick them up and go, "Oh God, we got to make a TV show out of this," and there it would be on the big screen. So, like, you guys, you and Clubby already know, like, I'm ridiculously passionate about short storytelling. So for me, I'm going to rate this way higher than a normal person, because I just think that this.
Because you're not normal. No, just kidding.
That's right. And
I
I think that it is so important to the storytelling of human beings when we're not focused on this interpersonal shit. We're not expanding stories to tell how people feel, if they're tingling in their naughty bits, if mommy wasn't super nice to them. All of that is set aside, and it just gets human beings to look at a specific idea and say, hey, what do you think about that?
Yeah, and you know these characters right off the bat, right? It's an anthology. You don't know any idea who these characters are. In the first 5 minutes, you pretty much have a good handle on them.
You're in.
Who they are, and you're
Gotcha.
in, and they got you. So most of these Outer Limits are like that, where you don't need to have that tied together. But it's always amazing how the brain works, where you can just jump right in on an episode, not seeing it. That's what I love about anthology series.
Yeah.
So this is so everyone go out and watch. Go out and watch the Outer Limits if you can find it. Those links are in here. Or I don't know if there's DVDs are still available, but I'd obviously start with the original Outer Limits. That might be a little bit cheaper to find and buy, but definitely put this one on your list. And I just finished Red Dwarf. Actually, well, I do have the Promise.
Oh, cool.
So I just I was kind of sad.
Sad it's over, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, sad that's over. And the Promised Land is an hour and a half, so.
At least you got that left. That was okay.
I got that left.
That was pretty good.
It's pretty good.
It's tough for it to be over. I know, man. I know it feels. I'm
sure
glad you liked it, though.
Oh yeah, it was hysterical. So maybe we'll do one or two, we'll do some random episodes here or there.
Your res is actually higher in your presentation than it was on my laptop. Look at how pretty this episode is.
Yeah, there's some pretty
380 mark.
Ouch, yeah. That's like Stone Knives and Bearskins. I mean,
it's like a close-up on the Kool-Aid Man. Just blobs moving around.
Plus if it's streaming. Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Anyway.
I guess we can talk about Red Dwarf on the Geekery at some point then. So.
Yeah, we could do that.
I'm determined I don't think it's the show for number one.
Yeah, I don't think Raquel would like it either. Yeah. I mean, you could try watching.
Even if she wants some toast. If she wants any toast.
I love toast. I'm Irish.
She doesn't want any toast.
You don't want any toast?
I love toast. Toast is delicious. Toast is breakfast.
Would you like some toast? Some nice hot crisp brown buttered toast.
I like the other clip better. Oh, God.
Clueless, but and of course I gotta mention too, Melissa Gilbert is an incredibly good looking redhead at this
Yes.
point in her career too.
This is after she had a nose job, right? And everyone was all
Well,
upset
she
with
also
her.
had some.
Did she?
She had Borg implants, shall we say?
Oh yeah, but but you can't
I don't think
begrudge
that
her
was the girl
that.
from Dirty Dancing that had
People were, I think,
the
more just
nose.
upset with her because she changed her nose. I think she thinned her
Did
nose
she?
or
Dirty
something.
Dancing girl? I think that
Yeah.
was a Dirty
No,
Dancing.
not the
girl.
the Dirty Dancing girl screwed up her whole face. She doesn't even look like who she is. But I think Melissa
Jennifer
Gilbert
Grey.
did. I don't know. You'd have to go and look. I don't know. What do I know? I know nothing.
Yeah. Well,
But
she had some enhancements done, but I didn't
yeah,
appreciate them, shall we say?
yeah, I remember her having some changes done. She's definitely not
She had
all
them
the way
removed
half
though
pint.
later in life, though. Don't
Yeah.
ask
Yeah.
me, I know that. I
Anyway.
should.
She was definitely married to the Scarecrow, aka John Sheraton, aka Frank Bunk, aka Tron. At this point, Kay Roberts, yeah, the
A
Scarecrow.
very handsome lady, and of course, having a cute redhead in the episode actually brings it up a half a notch. But
Yeah, well, that's
just
true. I'm going to an A then.
there we
Yeah,
go.
it's
Going
good.
to I
It's
got
good
you up
stuff.
there.
It's good stuff.
And then of course
Especially
your
now that
Field
we
Boy Scout.
realize that we're never getting this goodness ever again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where you could just flip on the
True, Glad.
TV and you could hear story after story after story that could take you to a whole new place and show you a whole bunch of ideas. And then you go to work the next day and you're thinking to yourself, that's a hell of a thing. I
Yeah.
hope that when we get to that point in the future that we do this or that we do this or that we do this. And that's the best part of science fiction, especially science fiction short story.
Yeah, just love it. Yep. So yeah, we don't think you'd like Red Dwarf, but maybe try one episode and let us know.
Like Wag says, and it's true. There's some great. They have a lot of great hard science fiction concepts in Red Dwarf.
Mhm.
But you have to like comedy mixed, especially British comedy mixed into your sci-fi, and I don't know if that would work for number one. I mean, I love
I'm
it so much, I mean,
unfun,
too.
aren't I? Am I the most unfun
I don't
person
know. I
ever?
mean, you don't watch comedies, do you? Or do you?
I don't know.
You don't watch comedies much?
Well, I don't know. Like I think it just depends. But I am annoyed by a lot of comedy, like
Yeah.
those guys sitting in that truck just making that noise.
I mean, these
Like-
guys-
Hey, want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
those?
Like
Sorry.
so bad.
Couldn't resist it. Yeah, you don't like Tom. I get it. It's not your bag, baby. And Red Dwarf is not that kind of humor, but it's Britishy and
I will try it. I
No,
will
no,
try it.
Nope. I don't think you should. You should try
I will
Doctor Who
see.
instead.
You might end up loving it, you might end up hating it, but you always should try
Right?
things though.
Yeah,
But,
right?
but we're voting that we don't think you'd like it though.
Okay, I got you guys.
I'm
But
not going to get.
I would
because
like you to try it.
I don't like getting you to. Well, I don't like anybody to get you to watch something you don't want to like. Now,
No.
Doctor Who is a different story. You might not like it, but there's a starting point for you there, and it's a possibility because it's not a comedy.
Yeah.
It's science fiction. But you can't start. That's when you can't start at the beginning because it's incomplete. They don't exist.
Yeah.
All of it doesn't exist. There's a certain starting point you'd have to observe, but like I say, you don't even care about that, so you're fine.
Yeah.
But if you did, there's a lot of it. So, but anyway,
Yeah.
Red Dwarf, I just don't know. I mean, I
Yeah, we're not
love
sure.
it, but I mean, and Mark likes it now. Mark's a fan, but that doesn't mean you get
Yeah.
into it.
Well, I will give it a try. I will give it a try, but it is a school night and I am 35 minutes past
Well, okie dokie.
my expiry date. So I unfortunately have to back out of this without
Oh,
saying
no.
my goodbyes. Thank you everyone in the chat. I love you all. I had such a wonderful time tonight. I am way past when I'm supposed to be here. But I love you all and thank you for your company. Thank you for sticking with us tonight, even though are so many things going on so many other channels. I love you all very much. Larry, thank you so
Yeah.
much. Mars, Monkey Max, Gwag, everyone. Mark, you're a cool dude. Thank you for being my friend. And Clubby, I love you, honey.
Yep.
Love you.
Good night.
Oh, there's one more
Good.
clip you need to see though. We just had a request for that from Kay Roberts.
I expected the Rocky Mountains to be a little rockier than this.
I was thinking the same thing. That John Denver's full of shit, man.
Oh my gosh, gosh, how could they say that about John Denver?
Well, what happened? They get off and he's driving the wrong way on the highway
Idiot.
for like 8 hours or something. They think they're in the Rocky Mountains. They're going
Yeah.
back the wrong way through Indiana or whatever. It's like
Did you see that video of all those young kids spontaneously singing Country Road?
oh, I love the Country Road's a big time song.
Oh,
Yeah.
but there were a bunch of American kids in a class. Somebody just
Cool.
started it, and the entire class knew the lyrics. And I just thought, you know what? There's still hope.
Well, that was a popular
Country
song at
Road.
Scout Camp too. Yeah.
There is still some hope in the youth. And God, I love America.
Well, what about
Larry,
you?
love you, my friend. Good night, sweetheart. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Love you.
Raquel. She said Utes.
What is a Ute? Well, at least you didn't. We didn't tell her about the Monty Python song. And now the sound of John Denver being strangled. You came on my pillow. Thank you. Did you know he sued Monty Python for that?
Oh, he did so. Yeah, he probably lost.
I don't know if he won or not.
I like Every
What a
Bleep
baby.
is Sacred. That was a great song.
Every sperm is sacred. Every sperm is good. Every sperm is needed in your neighborhood. So,
All right. Well, we didn't decide what we're doing next week. I was going to ask if Raquel wanted to do another out of order episode, or if anyone in the chat has something. But
if we tried a completely different show at random, it should be too much for her, probably.
we could, yeah,
No, I mean, we could do like an old Outer Limits. It won't matter. She's going to be
Yeah.
pissed off.
yeah. But Outer Limits,
Or-
you're right. It just doesn't matter if you go out of order. I mean,
No, it doesn't.
no, yeah.
That's true.
It's just
But
easier
it
to,
doesn't matter. It matters to her.
yeah, but it's just easier to track. It's easier to track what you're, watched. You're like, oh,
We're never
what
gonna-
episode was it?
Yeah, I guess we won't be able to do any comics with her anymore. Man, I just lost that Star Trek comic review thing ever. So, shit. May as well be. We could just do another one of those. Then.
Well,
You pick it out, and we'll do it.
Well, I think there's another Outer Limits episode I really liked for the new Outer Limits. We'll see if she wants to do that. Yep.
Well, I'm powerless with my Star Trek review, so may as well do something to make I got my Blake 7. You got your Outer Limits, and she could bring something to review too. Maybe she could. Of course, now it looks like this takes up enough time to do the two. That's all we can handle.
Yeah, well, we did talk like an hour tonight before we got to reviews too.
Intro to Police Squad. I don't know if that'd work out, Kay Roberts. I love it. I don't think, and I can't find my DVD of that. I got it buried somewhere. I want to find it and watch them again. You don't see that show anywhere. It doesn't stream anywhere.
No,
weird.
it's a rights issue usually with the shows. Yeah,
I guess it doesn't stream anywhere. I mean, it doesn't seem
Yeah.
like it. I don't think it's a rights issue. I think just nobody cares about it but me.
well, sometimes it's it's the song or music that's in it, or
No, I don't think so in this case, but maybe.
yeah.
But I do know that it's really stupid to have Liam Neeson do a freaking remake of it.
Oh, that's so dumb. There's no need for it when the original's so good. I mean, yeah, they did remake Ben-Hur. That's okay because it was originally a silent film. All right, so okay, if you're gonna remake a silent film, that's fine. But yeah, they just keep rehashing. They're redoing The Crow again. They redid Total Recall. I mean, come on. It's like, what do you do? No need for it, but that's what we get, unfortunately. Yep. Yeah.
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 There you go. Where's it streaming? Is it streaming anywhere?
I was
just
checking.
wanna-
Yeah.
Is
There's
it?
some episodes on Vimeo, on Daily
Only
Motion.
6 whole episodes. Is it?
YouTube.
That's not I don't have that one.
How many episodes total were there? 6?
6.
Yeah.
I mean, I got a DVD somewhere of it that I bought a while back. It's buried somewhere. I've been looking for it because I got a mess in there right now. So
Yeah.
anyway, she'd know. Let's see. She'd know all the murder special guest stars. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, she would. I love that show. Liam Neeson is so ridiculous.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you can as it goes with the episodes. Oh, someone's got them on the YouTubes. Who knows if it's legal or not? But you wonder.
Are they on YouTube? Wow.
Oh, they're clips. Oh, they're clips. So they're clips of the episode.
Well, sometimes people put all shows on there.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah. Yeah.
The show was too good.
For sure. Yeah.
Liam Neeson is so stupid.
We can buy it. You can buy it on Amazon, and yeah, I bought it on September 11th, 2012. I bought it. I was just checking, so I do own that series. Yep. If you can't find yours, I can hook you up.
Eventually, I'll dig them up somewhere, unless they're on Markflix or something.
I gotta check if I had. I might not have ripped that one yet, but usually what I do is just rip them. Rip them there. Yep.
No biggie. I don't have an immediate need to but every time I think of, they would go, "Oh man, I need to go watch that," and I go look, say, "Where'd I put that goddamn thing?"
Yeah, where's the disc? That's why I was organizing my disc. Yeah, so I bought it for $6.52.
Yeah, it was cheap
in 2012.
Cheap.
Yeah,
yeah, Blake was on YouTube, Larry, for years, but then people got a hold of it. At least now, when it started on BritBox, there was only BritBox UK, not here. And eventually they did put it here. So, and now I'm told, I don't know if it's true or not. Any of our friends out there in the UK with us right now, did they take Blake 7 off of BritBox? According to one of my Blake 7 groups, they said they did. I don't know if it's true or not. Yeah, ripping takes some time, I guess.
That's
right?
a pain, yeah. Well, of course, you only got 6 episodes.
It's only 6 episodes. So.
I spent hours and hours and hours ripping stuff. Yeah. Music's fast, yeah. Oh, I also bought 2 White Stripes albums, Elephant and Icky Thump, at the same time. Amazon knows everything about me, yeah.
Yikes. Wow. Goodness. Jesus gracious alive. Oh, God. Oh, why?
It must be. Maybe what if it's streaming on Paramount, you would think, because Paramount owns it, right?
No, but it's not according to this. I think they said it's weird. It said Amazon Prime or Amazon paid thingy or whatever. And then maybe Hulu. I don't know. Maybe not even Hulu. It should be on Paramount. You're right. Yeah, I mean,
that's a Paramount.
One would
product,
think, wouldn't one? Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Oh
No,
man, I just realized I got 4 episodes of Voyager to watch.
Oh, you got to watch Voyager to watch. Yeah. Oh, Voyager's on.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I don't want to watch it.
They got Twilight Zone at least. Yeah. You don't want to watch it.
Is this we're at the clubhouse, everybody, and we're kicking back? We're admitting stuff that we won't admit on Saturday. Some of you do, and we appreciate you being at Saturday Star Trek. I'm just gonna admit it. I'm not at a happy place in my life as far as Trek right now because I have to watch Voyager. And all I really want to do is just watch the original series over and over again. And I'm kind of in the mood to watch Enterprise again, even though I just binged it maybe a year and a half ago or whatever. But I got to wait now because we'll be there. And oh my God, it's going to be like, what is it? Something like December before.
Not a year.
Enterprise.
Oh, yeah. Enterprise. Get an Enterprise. Yeah. Yep.
I think this someone calculated. I think it was Stuart Mitchell or one of our friends calculated that there's going to be December
14th,
early December,
2020.
Yeah, but that's variable because what if like she'll
you missed a few,
if she has to go do something here and there, whatever, and if she ends up if she ends up like having to go like on a trip somewhere, so
yeah.
Then which of course will happen at some point because Saturday night you get to be on every. It's not like me. I'm gonna have to be on Saturday. This is I'm dead. I will always be here for Saturday Star Trek, but
yeah,
I wouldn't ask her or anyone else to be. So,
after Larry said re-review. Yep.
Remember, Larry, after we get done with V'ger, it's gonna be close. It's gonna be close to the end of the year, around that roughly. And so starting roughly around like January, since it'll be December, we might miss some time. And let's just, in other words, we'll probably end up just weird. It'll work out that way. But it looks like Voyager, but we'll start Enterprise at the beginning of roughly, now this is kind of rough, at the beginning of January of next year. Okay. And that means it's going to be another year of Saturday Night Star Trek reviewing things because Enterprise will take There's 98 episodes. It will take 2 years.
Yep.
And that's it, because we're not
Yeah.
going to. There's going to be a miss week every now and then, once in a while. We'll try to do it much, but if that's the case,
Well, you'd finish all the shows December 7th, 2024, if that's not missing any.
and we're going to miss some. So just
you'll miss some. Yeah.
ballpark it at missing. So because then even if let's say we didn't miss one,
2025, February 2025.
but let's say we did miss one and we went to 20. What'd you say? December 7th.
Yeah.
After that, I would probably
year.
give us a 2-week holiday anyway. I said let's take some time off from it, and we'll wait. We'll start back at the beginning. Yeah, because that's what I did last. Remember last December? We didn't do it for the last 2 weeks.
You just did just general.
I did show, but we didn't do reviews. We were off from reviews for a couple.
Just to hang out. Yeah,
we'll do that again this year either way, no matter where we are.
Yeah, or what I would love to do is have you pick going. You could go in order again, or you don't have to go in order. You're the captain, but you could pick an episode and just review the heck out. Really in depth, Galileo 7, and just do a whole show on the Galileo 7.
That's still 2 years before we get to that.
Yeah.
But yeah, once we're there, look, let's. So now we're talking future Saturday Night Star Trek. Assuming I even live that long, let's face it, folks.
I don't say
it's
that.
me. I could drop it any second. But if it happens and we get into, I make it into the future where we're going to spend the rest of our lives. You know what that's from? Come on, everybody. I bet Max knows where that's from. He's going to bed and put him to sleep. All right, buddy. So, anyway, I will.
What is that from? That's from Buckaroo Banzai? No,
Ed Wood.
Oh, Ed Wood.
Yeah, the great Criswell, whatever, or the West Face. Flying Nine from Outer Space, yes. But it was Criswell that said it. So.
Yep.
But Ed Wood had it in there, but it's from 9. Yeah. Anyway, Nightmare at 6 feet. That's so. Anyway, so we get there, right?
Good night, Max.
And all the 735 is reviewed, right? Criswell, yes. We'll do some other Trek, do some other things, but yes, we will. I think once a month we'll have a specialty review of one episode, maybe. In other words, or maybe twice a month, and the rest will alternate. Yeah. And then we'll pick it. Oh no, we can't pick it. She'll go crazy.
Yeah, but you're not going to do alternative factor.
No. But she's not. She's going to want to watch them in order.
No, we got to break her.
We're going to have to break her.
I already started.
Help us.
I got it. I got her to do.
But we'll start with the cage if it makes her happy. We'll say, look, once a month. It's not going to be like the old, because the original series, we didn't do it exactly the same way we're doing it now. So,
yeah, but you could just go totally in depth. Yeah,
I just realized there's no way she's going to go for it. I mean, we'll do the cage first, but then, look, she's gonna. But we're gonna do spend one night and doing one up we'll give the whole a whole show to the cage, and maybe we'll do it this way. We'll do a show. It'll make it a variety thing. How about this?
Yeah,
we'll have one night a month, one Saturday of the month. Will be about devoting it, and we'll start from the beginning like she'll want to because she's not gonna want to do it another way. And then the other nights we'll do different Trek stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, for example, Larry says we'll do a Forbidden Planet episode. I mean, movie. We'll review Forbidden Planet one night. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do. I don't really want to do Forbidden Planet on Saturday Night Star Trek, even though I agree it's very Star Trek. We'll do that on the Clubhouse one night or on a Wednesday.
It ties into Star Trek or influence on Star Trek.
It does, but yeah, I mean, I don't think it needs to be on Saturday Night Star Trek, but who knows? But we will do it, Larry. In fact, I kind of want to do it on a Clubhouse night, very soon because I don't want to wait 2 years to do Forbidden Planet. So, but Mark, is valuable to this show, and he loves doing Outer Limits, so we're going to do that for a while. But I want to slip in a movie every now and then.
Yeah, that's fun. Yeah.
How about we do this. We keep doing Blake 7 every week, but then in 3 weeks we do 3 weeks of Outer Limits, and if you just let me throw in a random movie once a week.
Oh yeah, no, that's
And our first one
You're
will
the
be
boss, yeah.
Forbidden Planet. No, I want you to be the boss on this. I want you to. This is Clubhouse is for all three of us.
I know, yeah.
And but you and I should get a say because we're penalizing Raquel for making it where we can't do a Trek comic.
Yeah.
So Trek comic reviews, I was enjoying them, but we're foreseeable future. We'll get one done when we can. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how we're going to do it. So we'll do that. So let's plan for the very near future to do Forbidden Planet on a Clubhouse.
Oh God, I love that movie. Yep.
We just started. It's now March. Would the Roddenberry pilot shows be close enough to review on Star Trek? I want to show.
Maybe?
I watched on my old show. I want to show the Gene Rod, the other works of Gene Roddenberry. I called it. I've done that before. Actually, Gwag, I don't know if it's interesting, but I think I would like to do that on the Clubhouse and keep it all about Trek on Star Trek. But I don't know. I'm kind of leaning that way though, Gwag. But I would rather devote a regular night to that because the Roddenberry pilots. Like 1 month we'll do we'll do the 4. For example, 1 month soon. Maybe we should do that in August because that's his birthday month.
Yep.
Because we do, in the Clubhouse in August, it's Jack Kirby month, but I'll be doing all the other stuff for Jack Kirby. But we'll make a special thing for Gene Roddenberry in the Clubhouse. We will review. Well, we're going to review Dead of Honor when we can get it to her, dude. We have it for her. She don't have it yet. So, because that's when I want to review Larry. We're going to review that one of these days, I hope. But here's the thing. In August, we'll review Spectre, the Quester tapes, Planet Earth, and Genesis 2. Each one of those weeks.
Yeah, that'd be great to do. Yep.
The Clubhouse. So
yeah.
Good idea. Gwag, you gave me that idea. Good job. Raquel does have one more Star Trek comic book series, the Ellison version of The City on the Edge of Forever, but you probably didn't want to review that. No, we will. I didn't know she had that. I forgot she had that. Did you send it to her? Larry says,
I can't remember.
Larry says, Probe. Larry, one night I'm just going to review Probe on my own on a Wednesday night when no one cares because nobody wants. I'm not going to make anybody watch it. I love it too much to let.
You're going to make me watch it, yeah.
No, I'm not. I will never. I didn't make you watch Red Dwarf either.
No,
did I?
You mentioned it, I think.
Yeah,
you said I would like toast. Yeah.
Would you like any toast, by the way?
Yeah, I always love.
No, I mentioned it, but I didn't make you watch it. I was surprised when you watched it. It's just like.
Well, plus, I had friends who loved Red Dwarf too, and I'd watched it a few times, but never watched it straight through. Now, of course, you can watch it straight through, which is.
I just don't want to watch Stargirl. That's all. I mean, I watch most of the things you want me to watch, but I don't want to watch that because it's a CW show.
Someday.
I can't. I watched Outer Limits. Well, I've watched those before, but I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Oliver says, Clobby, James Gunn has dropped the word legacy in his. Yeah, I've noticed that. Good, because I don't think that word disturbs me with Superman. Superman legacy, which means that implies something I don't like.
That Superman's obsolete. That he's obsolete as he is back then, right? Yep.
It will just be simply called Superman. That's right.
Yep.
Sir?
Oh, I finally found Sean Carter had sent me his YouTube channels, his new YouTube Sean's Showcase Cinema. Only reviewed The Final Countdown, which is one of my favorite movies. Yeah.
The Final Countdown.
Sorry for the non sequitur, but
no, that's cool. Please, if you have not already, please everyone follow this link. I should do it myself. I forgot to do it myself.
Just sub. Yep.
And sub to Sean's new channel. Our good buddy Sean Carter of Mars. There it is. He's got 40 subs now. I'm giving him number 41 there. And I also hit the notification bell. Wait a minute. I subbed and the subscriber number didn't go up. Let me refresh it. Yeah, it did. I refreshed it. So he has some reviews on there. Go watch his videos and give them thumbs up. I don't have time to watch them now. But
Not don't watch them while you're on air. Yeah.
no, but I went in and gave them.
Yeah, I'm joking. Yeah.
Went and gave them a thumbs up on one now.
Yeah.
The final jerk down. Oh, I mean countdown. Let's see.
I love that movie. Great movie.
There you go. Do you like that movie?
Yeah, great one. Yeah.
So far, he's done Black Hole, The Final Countdown. Yeah.
Good stuff.
So,
yep.
Yeah, good stuff, Sean. There you go. All right. So, what else is going on? Oh, what I do wrong? Oh,
I don't know. Yep.
One in the wrong window. Damn it. Okay. All right. Yeah, there we go. Wes Kegel. Let's see this. THX 1138. What, you want us to review that? Dark Star. Boy, that's weird. Let's make Raquel watch that. No. I saw that Wagner tomorrow's is having a 30% off sale until the end of March. Yeah. Oh, good. I'm going to have to look at some of that. Have to grab me some things. So, look, as long as you give me a break on Star Girl, I'll watch about anything.
I hope so. Yep.
Yeah, like what? I mean, what other than Star Girl can I watch good to make you happy?
Greatest American Hero, but you probably watch that, right?
I watch it all the time. I went to just in the past couple of weeks. Sitting at my mom and dad's on Sunday when I go there after we eat lunch, we sit down in front of the TV, and they were doing something else. So I was flipping on there. I can't flip on my TV much. I got Pluto TV. That's about it.
Yeah.
But I went flipping on there. They got like Dish Net or something now, whatever. And I was flipping and I landed in this thing. It's Greatest American Heroes on. I turned it on. I stopped and started watching it. It just so happened to be an episode that I remembered pretty well. And this channel's called Binge. So I kept running them, and David sat there and watched it with me, just because they,
Yep.
It's a fun show. Why you don't think I like that show or something? I like it.
No, I'm just trying to think of something that
it was just that show. The problem with that show is it was a little. I mean, the stories were kind of boring after a while because they were just running around fighting, chasing criminals and crap. They weren't fighting super villains or any of that kind of stuff, but it was fun. Robert Culp's brilliant,
I love Culp is fantastic in that show. He makes that show. Connie Selleck, of course, is gorgeous in there.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing I didn't like was I thought he should have gotten better at the suit. After a while,
in the last season, he could fly a little bit better. Remember, he got the instruction manual back because the aliens came back, and then he still lost it. He lost it again or something.
Yeah, but he should have been able to,
Did you ever see the gender swap pilot?
Yep, because I own the DVD set.
It's on the DVD set where I don't think they ever aired it though, right?
I don't think it was ever aired. Yeah,
they had a pilot for a female version. Imagine that. That was very modern day, but that was in the 80s when they were going to make a show. They were going to make a show about a girl, Greatest American Hero, and
he gives up the suit. Yeah, he gives.
Yeah, they were in that episode.
Yeah, but I don't think it was ever.
No. I don't know if the intention was that Maxwell would stay there, that Robert Culp would stay on, and William Catt was leaving, or what? If he'd stay with her, or how that was going to work. I think so. Though.
Yeah. Yeah, Ralph finds a young woman named Holly Hathaway, Mary Ellen Stewart, an elementary school teacher who spends rough hours looking for lost kittens, raising environmental awareness, and serving as a foster mom. Yes, that was the pilot, the pilot movie. Yep. So
it's on the DVD set, but it never aired.
Yeah. So let's see. In
what was the
2014?
Theme song? Go ahead.
No, they probably used the same one, I guess, right? Yep. Yeah, it was supposed to be named The Greatest American Heroine, which should not result in a new series, and the pilot was never broadcast by NBC. Ultimately, the pilot was re-edited as an episode of the original series, complete with original opening credits and theme, and added to syndication sets of the original series, aired on several local television stations in the 1980s, for which it is the final episode.
3 seasons, I think, show last.
Yeah. So,
well, they did do that with $6 Million Man and Bionic Woman. So, doing the female version of Papa. Yeah, but they had their own shows. She debuted on the $6 Million Man, but then she had her own show.
Yeah, they didn't replace Steve Austin.
Yeah,
so
they didn't replace
him. They said the pilot movie reveals that several years after the final episode, Ralph's secret identity was finally revealed to the public, resulting in his becoming a celebrity. This angers the little green men who gave him the suit. They charge him with finding a new hero to wear the costume and use its powers for fighting evil. Once the transfer is made, they explain all of Ralph's exploits will be purged from the world's memory, remembered only by Ralph, Pam, and Bill.
Yeah, I watched that. I've seen that before. Oh man, that wasn't too good though. Yeah, it was fun though, and that song was great, man. That song was so good.
Yeah, it's a big hit. Yeah.
They played it on the radio all the time.
Yeah,
imagine that there was like TV theme songs they would play on the radio. Man, they used to play. That's Mike Post. He also did the Rockford Files theme. They used to play the Rockford Files theme on the radio. Great music.
Yeah, it was great songs. Yeah. So yeah, I'm looking at some of my favorite TV shows. What you probably watch them all. Family Ties, you might have watched some of, but that's
I've watched
too
that.
long.
Yeah.
Yeah, Freaks and Geeks. Have you ever watched Freaks and Geeks?
I couldn't get into that one too much. You like that?
I love that one. Yeah, that's a short one.
My turn. No, go ahead.
Okay, shoot.
You ever watch The Pretender?
I've watched a couple episodes, but that's one I should probably.
I love that show. I went back and started watching some. Amazon's got it. I have all the box sets except for the movie set. I couldn't find that for some reason. They had 2 movies that they made after the series was canceled. You know why it got canceled? Because of the shitty XFL. It was the Saturday nights like that and Profiler, which I didn't like Profiler too much.
Yeah.
But that was their Saturday night slot for years, and they decided that they would dedicate their their nights to the XFL, and it lasted like 3 weeks or whatever.
Yep. Like killed it.
McMahon
XFL was getting pretty popular, and then they had the big scandal where they went in overtime, and then it interfered. I think it was Beyonce or no, who someone was on Saturday Night Live was a big performer, and it was like the Heidi game. So Saturday Night Live got up at cut. So is it nope? That's the end of that. So, but XFL was getting some traction for a while back then. Not huge, but it was doing a little bit better for a while. So
Oliver says, if William Shatner, Leonard Nimoy, and Nichelle Nichols were to play a DC superhero or supervillain in the 60s or 70s, who would you pick? Wow, that's crazy question. I don't know how to answer that one, buddy.
Nichelle Nichols could play Storm. I think she'd make
play Storm. That's a good one. Good one.
Nimoy play
Nimoy would be Submariner, but he'd need to bulk up a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
There's Minimus is here.
Hey, Minimus. Oh, Shatner, I think he could do Green Arrow.
Yeah, Shatner. I don't know about Green. He's a little more of a. You think so? Just because of his blonde hair? I don't know.
Yeah,
Shatner could
He's
be
got personality, maybe.
Yeah, he could possibly be Ollie, I guess. Yeah, or Captain. No, I'm sorry. You said DC. Yeah,
Captain America.
No, but then I said Namor, but he's not DC either. So
Yeah,
what am I
yeah.
doing?
DC. Oh, DC. Yep.
Who said
Sorry.
DC now? I forgot that he said DC. So I don't know what DC who Nimoy would be. And you mentioned Storm, but we totally neglected DC. Sorry about that, Oliver. It's late.
Yeah.
It's late, buddy. We're old. So DC, that's interesting. I don't know. Ollie Ollie might Shatner's Ollie might work.
Nimoy could play Amazo, the robot, right, with the pointy ears.
Amazo. Maybe I guess he could. Yeah, he got pointed
Right?
ears. Yeah, but he doesn't have pointed ears in real life.
I know.
And so yeah, Nimoy could be elongated man. I'm just kidding. He's skinny, you know what I mean? So yeah, it could be Plastic Man.
Yeah, but they bulk
It could be
up.
Plastic Man. At that point, DC had Plastic
Yeah.
Man. By that point, I should say. And Nicole Nichols, I guess, if we're casting according to race and stuff, I guess she would be Vixen.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I guess the Shat could be Hal Jordan.
Or Cheetah. I could see her playing Cheetah if Michelle Nichols.
Would be a race swap, but
She would
yeah.
have that personality. She's a
um,
great dancer, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think Vixen. She'd be a hero. So.
Yeah, yeah.
Shat could be Hal Jordan.
Yeah, I could see that. Yep.
With the dark in his hair a little bit, he could do it.
Yep.
George Takei could play Wonder Woman according to Minimus.
You're gonna get us canceled.
Okay, go to the show. Back to shows you were talking about.
Oh, sure. So of course, Simon and Simon Are You Like?
Oh,
right?
great show, yeah.
Yeah, I'm reading my list here. Well, here I just read my list. So some
got a
favorites.
list?
It's not. You have a list. Yeah, 18,
Okay.
All in the
Oh, cool.
Family,
I've seen all.
Blackadder.
What do you think I am? I've seen all. I've seen
Yeah, I'm just. This
Blackadder
is
a
just
million
my
times.
list. Yeah, this is
Okay,
just
okay,
my
okay.
list. Yeah. Bonanza,
Yes.
BSG, both of them. I know you never watched the
Only
new
one.
God bless Gil, our buddy. Family Ties, Farscape, Freaks and Geeks,
Nah.
Greatest American Hero, Misfits
Yeah.
of Science, which was a
That show
cheesy
sucked.
show. It did
That
suck,
was
but it had
poo-poo.
Courtney Cox on it. Outer Limits, New and Old, Sanford and Sons,
Yes, sir.
Simon and Simon,
Mm-hmm.
Stargate. I got to add Red Dwarf to this list now.
I've tried with Stargate a couple of times. I don't hate it, but it's taken me. Every time I just kind of tried like a couple episodes, and it's not hitting me. And now I don't have Netflix, so I don't know where I would find it. But anyway.
Of course, obviously Star Trek, Terminator: The Sarah Connor Chronicles. I thought that was a phenomenal show.
I watched that when it first came out. I think for a while. I don't know if I think I saw it all, but I can't remember.
Yeah, that got
cool.
canceled way too soon.
No Firefly.
Firefly. Well, yeah, this is just like a stream of consciousness list. So yeah, let me add Firefly to that list. That would be on there.
Yeah.
The Goodies, that's a British TV
group.
So the Goodies are, of course, Monty Python. The Tick TV show.
I'm
going to do
I
a watch
the
party for
cartoon.
that. Yeah, I got to do a live action watch party for that sucker someday because that's one of my favorite all time TV shows. I think there's 9 episodes. So that'd be an easy one to do, and could do it on the Geekery maybe. Raquel wouldn't want to watch the Tick here. Veronica Mars is fantastic.
I've seen some of that. It's pretty good.
And there's a lot of genre jokes in that, which is awesome.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
it's very Whedon-y.
Yeah, very Whedon-y. So and she's a great character. And of course, X-Files definitely one of my. This is just like a scratch list that I keep on, listing some of the favorite shows. My movie list is more extensive, but like Three's Company. I've been watching Three's Company every now and then just to watch some classic.
Yeah, that was fun.
Or MASH or
first 3 seasons of MASH are greatness.
Yeah, the MASH is, and you can watch it on Hulu. You can watch it in HD, which is nice. But there's just a lot of those old sitcoms. Magnum PI. One of my favorite TV shows, and you can just throw an episode in and watch it, right? And it's you don't have to go in order, but still, it's greatness. So those are some of my favorites. But if I could get you to watch one, I'd say The Tick, or probably Sarah Connor. You might, or
I've watched that.
And Veronica, maybe Freaks and Geeks of Veronica Mars would be,
Well, did you ever watch Buffy?
Oh yeah, that's the one I got to add to the list to watch through.
An Angel.
I just watch, I'd like randomly watch a few episodes, but I never got into that show and watched it religiously. So that's another on the to-do list. Yeah.
Buffy was a great show, and Angel was a great show. I mean,
yeah. And then they went on to Bones. That show Bones. Yep.
Yeah, they did.
So, but there's plenty of plenty of TV that you can. It's easier than ever to find. Find a show. I didn't even mention like cartoon shows. Like the Batman '66, or
of course,
live action, of course. But the animated Spider-Man from '66, or was it '67? And the X-Men '97 show was good too. Fantastic Four.
Oop, that noise. Sorry.
Yeah.
Phone popped on.
Oh, and Shogun. Yeah, everyone's saying Shogun is good. I did love those that Shogun TV show miniseries years ago. It was great. Yeah.
My phone keeps popping on everybody. You hear that damn thing? I have an stupid alarm thingy.
Yep. Oh, Gragnar, yeah, the original Fox show that got canceled after 9 episodes. Typical Fox. I did like the Amazon 2-season version, and I like the ship was actually the best character.
The what?
It wasn't as they added a ship, like a smart ship that was pretty
what
funny.
Show?
The Tick. So
yeah,
the Amazon, I think it did last 2 seasons or 3, and it was just hitting its stride, I thought, towards the end of the 2nd season. It's never as good as the. Of course, the cartoon's all time classic, but the live action Fox. I don't know if I bought that DVD. I don't know if you can even stream that anywhere, but I was dying laughing watching that show. Oh yeah, but Wizards and Warriors. If anyone remembers that show on I think it was CBS. The guy from Taxi, Jeff
Conway.
Jeff Conway.
Conway.
That was I bought that DVD.
Good night, Tetrarch. We're trying to.
We probably should go soon, I guess, right?
We're at 4 hours here, folks.
Yeah,
so.
we're gonna go. Yep, I'm gonna go watch Wizards and Warriors. Yep.
Yes, indeed. Well, thanks. Anything to advertise?
Well, I did a lot of watch parties tonight, so
yeah.
Looking forward to Sunday Night Geekery and late night Fortnite after the comic book show is over. Usually come on with Dad Man and Lisa and a bunch.
You gonna do it this late?
Well, tomorrow night. Yeah.
Okay.
Friday. Yeah. I actually boomered it and I scheduled it for today. Thank you, Lisa. They were laughing.
I wondered about that. I saw that.
Yeah. That was a boomer screw up. You know, when you put the date in and that's my running thing with Fortnite. I always put the wrong date, wrong time. Yeah, I'm clueless sometimes. Yeah.
It's late.
Oh, Claude liked the AI boat. Yeah, that boat was funny. Yeah. Oh, Techjark, you can find Wizards of War. It was made to order, one of those made to order DVDs from who does that? It's Warner's that does that, or is it who does the
I think Warner's Archives.
I think it's Warner Archives is where I got it. So get it while you can. Let me see if I can find the link. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to hanging out with you guys at on Saturday Night Star Trek in the chat, and then not looking forward to watching my Voyager episodes, and then we'll be back.
Hey, Kronos.
Yep. Eclipse, Final Space.
Kronos, you're not the only one that hates ads. I hate them too. But what'd you say about Eclipse?
Oh, he says, have I seen Final Space?
I don't think
I've seen that one.
Good to see you, Kronos. So, but I'm with you. I don't think I've heard of that. So I don't know.
Oh, it's an animated show. I'm looking at it. Yeah.
Oh,
Serialized intergalactic saga about an astronaut named Gary. I have not seen that. No, but I shall check it out.
Yes, indeed, sir.
Yeah.
Well, let us. What did you have anything to announce or?
Oh no, just that, and maybe Saturday if I have time, I'll do maybe a Lego build or a watch party. I always threaten to do that, but if I have time, I'll do it. Or maybe a member stream. I haven't done a member stream in a while, which is bad. So maybe I'll try to do something on Sunday afternoon. And the wife's out playing pickleball.
Well, let me do the show notice, and then we'll get out of here. Good.
Sounds good.
We're going to waste anybody's time with the shout outs tonight because it's so late, everybody, but it's been here for 4 hours. But quick show notes tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, 7 Eastern on the Great J-Man's channel. Sean and J-Man and myself will continue our reviews on Fearless Fridays of Frank Miller's similar run on Daredevil, a great classic. We're really enjoying reviewing that. 3 more issues tomorrow night, and then after that, 8:30 Central on the Great 32 Flavors of Nick Weiser's channel, my good buddy, and the Friday Night Comic Shop boys and myself will be reviewing more Frank Miller. That'll be Frank Miller's, Claremont Miller, Rubenstein's Wolverine miniseries from 1982, which I've reviewed here before, and then I'll go over there and help them review it this time as well. And then, of course, the Saturday Night Star Trek. Oddly enough, on Saturday night, right here. The same Trek time, same Globby channel, 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. 4 more scintillating episodes of Star Trek Voyager, whatever they call it.
V'ger.
And then V'ger. I always call it V'ger, actually. Boom. And then, of course, Sunday night. There's Geekery Time, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the Great Mark D with a C's channel. Put your link in the chat. And anyone who is not yet already, please go to Mark D's channel and subscribe and end your week like a geek. Geek out with us on the Geekery on Sunday nights. And then, of course, there might be some eatery involved, too, as well. So, and then, of course, I'll be back here Monday. Actually, back on I'm sorry, back here, not back on J-Man's channel Monday. With Sean, we will be reviewing 3 more in our continuing quest to review all of the Legion of Superheroes from 1958 to 1989, the entire Silver and Bronze Age run of the great group of super teens from the future. And I want to thank everybody. Again, thank you all so much for being here with us tonight. Our great mods, Eric K., Chris Persia, D. Bud Martin, Lord Thoth, J-Man, Maddie's Daddy, Cal L, Fanty Outside, Hungry Boy, Maximum Redstone, Larry. And thank you all for joining us tonight. It takes too long to shout everybody out because we've been such a big chat tonight. We've been on for 4 hours.
Yeah.
But it's been a lot of fun. We enjoyed our great, wonderful first officer, Raquel, who had to leave earlier. We love you, Raquel, out there, and we thank you for being here with us and had fun reviewing Blake 7. All of you have been fantastic tonight. I want to thank you all for joining us. And those who lurked or listened on a download or a rewatch, thank you so much. And we'll get all the shouting out done on Saturday night. We'll definitely handle that. So, well, this ends Superman month on Clobbering Times. Earlier today, I had the big Superman birthday bash, and I want to thank everybody who joined me for that, and Minimus hanging out with me for that. It's been great fun, and great shout out to my buddy Michael with Retro Blasting for hanging last night, and my great buddy Ace Cast Iron for hanging out with me Monday night, all helping to celebrate superhero numero uno, which of course is Superman. Or, well, who is he? Who did you say he was?
Superman.
Oh.
Superman.
Good night, everybody. Have a wonderful weekend. Hope to see you back here.
Come get some.
It's clobbering time! I just love clobbering time!
Superman.